Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the ninth round of the Norway Chess 2024. This is Sagar Shah welcoming you. Guys, how are you doing? It's always nice to be live and to be talking with you. And very, very happy that this tournament is reached this stage where it is at a very exciting mode. Um, Actually, it's now reached the last two rounds are left. So we'll have to see who are the players who can sort of make a dash towards the finish line and win this tournament. Uh, I hope my sound is fine. Yeah, I think it's good. No problems there. Just shift. Let's get the bar first on the screen. Let me refresh, interact. Norway Chess, confirm. And adding all the bars. And there we have all the bars on our screen. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah. Now I can see the live chat as well. Okay. Cool. Guys, let's have a look at the standings if we can, as to who's leading the tournament right now. We have standings after round 8. In the women, Ju Wenjun is leading the tournament. So let me just put up the standings here so that you can have a look at them. Yeah, there we go. So Ju Wenjun is leading in the women's section with 14.5. Anna Muzychuk is on 13. And Vaishali is on 11.5. So Vaishali, in order to have chances of winning, should try and win today in the classical game. Because if she manages to win the classical, there'll be good chances that she can win this event. But if she, because Ju Wenjun is looking very strong, but Ju Wenjun is today against Humpy. And in the open section, we have these standings right now. And we have Carlson, who's leading with just 1 point. And Hikaru is 1 point behind him. Pragg is 1.5 points behind him. So Pragg today, if he beats Caruana, will make a very strong claim towards the title. But it's very difficult to beat a player like Caruana. Let's see what is the opening that Pragg has opted for. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3 and bishop b4. Guys, what is the name of this opening? Senthil says Magnus is going to have trouble in this tournament in keeping number 1 rated player. I don't think Senthil. In fact, he gained rating here. He gained 3 low points. Yes, it is the Nimzo Indian. We have so many of you answering this. Bishop b4 is the Nimzo Indian. So once you get the bishop, you pin the knight and you are essentially fighting for that central e4 square. Caruana played his pawn to e3. Pragg castled and Caruana brought his bishop out to d3. So very, very standard developing moves. Pawns in the center. And d5 played by Pragg. Super solid chess. He took and Pragg took back with the pawn. What has happened after this is that this bishop has opened up and also black has a very solid structure. Knight came to e2. And this has always been a very interesting setup. Generally, you put your knight here on f3 and it controls the central square. But when you put your knight on e2, can anyone in the chat tell me what are the advantages of having the knight on e2? 999 verse, this is not Rui Lopez, this is actually the Nimzo Indian. Beloglavi Soup says this supports the knight. Yes, that is one. Rakesh Rocky says knight f4. Very good. Very good. I like India Chess Club's answer, which is the f pawn can move forward. Yes, the mobility of f pawn. Ashay Paturkar, you are also right. So the main idea is that you keep the f pawn flexible. Your knight could also come to f4, but then f3, e4 becomes an idea. And also there is this idea that we have seen g4 that can be played. So it's a very aggressive setup in a way. Pragg goes very solid. He plays his rook to e8. If you notice, Pragg's moves, castles, bishop d6, essentially what he's doing is he's saying to his opponent, I don't know where my pieces ought to be. c8 bishop, b8 knight. I also don't know if I want to play b6. I don't know if I want to play c5. I don't know if I want to play c6. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait with the development of those pieces. And that's why he's played bishop d6. One question that comes to my mind is what happens to knight b5? And this is a very common idea. What would you do? Yes, Richik says Greek gift. Would you give a Greek gift here? Greek gift sacrifice essentially is a sacrifice of your bishop on the h2 square. Would you sacrifice that? No. Here actually sacrifice, it's a very important moment by the way. Bishop f8 is the correct move. Next move you go c6 and you are completely fine. But if you get greedy and you sack here, this is a bad move because after takes, knight check. Now, clearly you don't want to go to h3 because of knight f2 double check and you lose the queen. You don't want to go to g1 because of queen h4 when the game is over. So the only move here which you need to make and which is, well, unfortunately kind of forced for you, but it's not bad, is king g3. Your king comes forward and actually it's pretty safe here. The typical ideas of attack in such positions are h5 with the idea of h4. And here white has a very good move. Maybe you want to think about it. What is a good move here for white? Because my threat is h4 when your king is weirdly placed. Yes, Agam Shah, I like your move a lot. Rakshit, h5 makes sense when the rook is on h8. Not really, because in such positions h4 becomes a very powerful threat. If he cannot play rook h1 here, which is the best move by the way. All those who are saying f3, it's like a self goal. Yes, this square is not available to you, and after h4 you are busted. Your king has to go to h3 and I sack, I give a check and I win. So rook h1 is a good move. The other attacking idea for black generally in such positions is queen g5, but here it does not work at all because of, again, this time I'm going to switch on the chat chess moves and see how you guys answer this one. Yes, the right move here and the excellent one Many of you want to go rook h1, you are saying, yes? F4. Fantastic. This is the correct move. F4 hits the queen and there is no longer a threat here. So Likhit, Senthil, Jairam, Saurabh, Lavish, Shri Hari, Fast Curious, Kim, Jawahar and Ajay. Well done, guys. And then generally the play continues queen h5, and this is where you already have, I mean, there's no mate here, but still you can just go rook h1 and you are completely safe. So coming back to the game, bishop d6 was played and we analyzed that this Greek gift doesn't work. And you must, whenever you're thinking about Greek gift sacrifices, you must think about them in this way, that can my king come and settle here? It's actually not a bad idea. Many times the king is safe. Bishop d2 played by Fabi. This bishop has a special aim sometimes, which is to go from e1, f3 and h4 if possible. Pragg goes b6 now. So Praggnanandhaa showing his cards a bit. He goes b6. He's revealing where he wants to put his bishop maybe. Caruana plays rook c1. And his idea here is, let's say black is careless and plays bishop b7. Now, what is white's move to get a big advantage here? I think at least 20 of you will get this. Yes, we have some very strong players here in the chat who are very quick to find these answers, and well done, guys. The right move has been suggested by already 14 of you: Senthil, Omansh, Ajay, Ramzan, Saurabh, Jairam, Sunil, Jawahar, Vivek and Yash. Fantastic job. So knight comes to b5, attacking here and here. You can't save the bishop anymore because c7 is hanging thanks to the rook on c1. So that's the reason why I was thinking Pragg might go something like a6 to stop these ideas, but in fact he goes for something more active, which is c5. He plays his pawn to c5 and he is essentially saying that if you go knight b5, I'll bring my bishop back. There's no knight c7 now. The rook is blocked. Here, the move that was played in the game after c5 is knight to g3. So Caruana has moved his knight to g3 and this has put Pragg in thought. He's thinking since last 5 minutes. And what would you play here, guys? What is the move that comes to your mind, black to play in this position? What would you do here? Let me also check this game in our Chessbase and Mega database to see how many times has it happened. This same position, we can also look at it and then we'll get some ideas there. Sorry, it was black to play, right? Why are you all saying knight b5? Or maybe I am just... My plan, Adarsh says g6, h5, h4. Not bad, Adarsh. Not bad. It's interesting idea. Knight c6 was played by Pragg. Actually, this move g6 does come with its share of issues because later on these dark squares can get weak. Although you can also transfer your bishop to g7. But by that, maybe the c5 pawn would become weak here, after take. So there are all these little nuances which you should be aware of. But knight c6 has been played. I want to see what happens in our... this is where I wanted to go and check our Chessbase 17 and Mega database. Is the first link in the description for anyone who wants to prepare seriously. Takes. You can see there are 1938, rook e8, bishop d6, 417 games, bishop d2, b6, rook c1, c5. We already have 20 games here, and by good players actually. Grishchuk has played this twice. And here No one. There's one game with knight c6 between 1800. It's a women's event in Cregero. Maybe it's some, I don't know which tournament is it. But knight c6 and Caruana instantly goes knight h5. So this is again Caruana's prep. He goes knight h5 and Pragg has to be careful. Now this move knight h5 is saying to black that look, your knight is defending this pawn. I want to get rid of it. So if you take, queen takes, it's already a bit of a disaster here. I felt like here and here both the pawns are hanging. So g6, queen d5, bishop b7. It doesn't look very promising, but yes, the queen is slightly precariously positioned. And maybe if you go queen b3, I can take, and then this pawn falls. So not so simple to gain an advantage, but still I don't think taking is a good idea. You want to do something else. Yeah, Chandra says Pragg looking solid, but Fabi might be aggressive. I think so. C4 says Yongi. Well, C4 very interesting move. But what about takes? Takes. And then knight d5 doesn't work, right? Because knight d5 is met with queen h6, threatening a mate and also your bishop. So that does not work. Actually, it could work, right? Because if I go h3 or g3 maybe. Because if you take on d3, I'll take on c6. But maybe you should do that. Take, bishop b7. And yeah, black is doing very well here. So Pragg actually very quickly takes on d4. He does not do anything else. He takes back. Samir Singhdev says, Vidit. Oh, I saw Vidit's game against Mamedyarov today at the UZ Chess Cup in Uzbekistan. I felt that Vidit drew a bit too soon. Maybe the position had some more juice left. With regards to Arjun, I was not following his game today, but maybe I should check it out. He beat Karthik Venkatraman. Wow, that's a tough opponent. So Arjun again playing very risky chess today. He played the Schliemann in the Rui Lopez, which is with that f5 move. He has such confidence on himself, what he can achieve and so on, that he's just playing some brilliant chess. And he just managed to beat Karthik, who's a very, very good player. And if we look at now 2700 chess, we will see that Arjun has surpassed Nepo. And in fact, Nodirbek also surpassed Nepo. So Nodirbek and Arjun are very close now. Arjun is 2771. Nepo is 2770.5. Nodirbek is 2770.5. So that is just fantastic. These youngsters, all of them making a dash to the top. I can show you 2700 chess, just a screenshot from there so that you know how the standings are. Look at this. So there we have it. We have Magnus still at the top. Hikaru is world number 2. Caruana number 3. Arjun is number 4. Can you believe it? Nodirbek number 5. Nepo number 6. Gukesh is number 7. Wesley is number 8 and Pragg is number 9. Wei is number 10. So if you see in this list, already we have Arjun, Nodirbek, Gukesh and Pragg as 4 players who are very young, born after 2000. And yeah. Oh, bishop h2 says bishop g4 doesn't work here. Bishop h2 works. Wow. Oh, let me think about it. So, by the way, knight d4 also must not be underestimated, taking this pawn. But yeah, bishop g4 doesn't work at all because, this knight defends it and you can just. I mean, guys, white to play? Yes, this is very, very straightforward. In fact, I think all of you would have found it. Yes, just take the knight and then take the bishop. So the right move could be knight d4, but if you take here king h2, knight g4, it feels like you should win back material. Oh no, actually, how do you win back material? Check here. King g3 or g1. Let's say king g1. Queen h4. And now this nice move, bishop f4, takes, and f3. And this position, this is a very typical position also in the Slav. Many times we have semi Slav, that you give up such a pawn and then you get play around it. So it's also a very, very playable line. But you know what Pragg did? Pragg actually went in and captured the pawn here on d4. He just took it, and Caruana instantly jutted out bishop g5. Now Pragg had to go back, bishop e7. And in comes this move, rook e1. Well, Caruana showing some mind-boggling prep. It's interesting to see if Pragg will be able to withstand it. Hermit says, Saga, do you know David Coetzee from Australia? Yes, I've met him at one of the Olympiads, if I'm not mistaken. So now I think the threat could revolve around taking here. It could be an idea. Suppose I take here. Just wondering. If I take, let's say you take here. I take back. You take here, threatening a mate. And I mean, g6, there is queen h4, which could become quite dangerous. This is just game over, it seems. It's too much pressure. So you have to maybe go bishop f5, bishop e7, queen e7, bishop f5. And if I take knight f5, queen f5, I'm just a piece up. So black goes. Himang says for the women's tournament, Vaishali has to beat Lay today in classical. Let's have a look at the standings. We had prepared them. So Vaishali has to beat Lay, and Humpy has to beat Ju. So yeah, Humpy has to beat Ju Wenjun. This is a very important result that needs to happen, but it's not so easy. So we'll go and check the women's section as well and see what's happening there. Yeah, just g6 is the correct move, guys. All those who said g6, perfectly right. Next move, you take this bishop. But rook e1 puts a lot of pressure, but there are other ways. I can play bishop e6. And this is quite a decent way to play the position. Take. Black seems to be doing pretty fine according to me. So clearly this... I'm sure Fabi has some deep preparation here, but I think Pragg should be able to hold the balance with the black pieces. He's already a pawn up, which is good news for him. Let's go now very quickly to the game of Ding Liren versus Hikaru Nakamura. No, first Carlson versus Firouzja. Aha, it's the Italian. Knight f3. So very stable line played here by Magnus, but Firouzja's bishop being here is sure to make the game exciting. Will Magnus go g5, maybe long castles, maybe keep the king in the center, maybe short castle? Lot of thing happening. So yeah, let's see how this game continues. It's a typical Italian. While Ding Liren versus Nakamura, e3 castles, bishop d2, d5, knight f3, b6. Oh, it's very similar. Just the difference is there. In Pragg's game, knight was on e2. Here, it's on f3. And yeah, interesting position here. Also, seems always such positions are equal. I always prefer white a bit, but computers say it's equal. So yeah. Samay, I'm not sure where he is. He's not yet back, no? From Europe. Shashank says, why Arjun's progress has not been in the limelight like Pragg and Gukesh? Well, Arjun's progress has been quite a lot in the limelight. To reach 2770 is just phenomenal. But newspapers often cover events, and I think Norway Chess is clearly the biggest event right now. But at some point, they will also cover Arjun's news, which is just phenomenal. To be world number 4 uh, is brilliant. Yeah, let's go to Vaishali's game. She has played a very solid opening and she managed to trade off many things and reach this position, which should be around equal, but not so simple. Like you want to go knight d5, but then this move take and long castle. Already white seems to be doing well. So bishop e3, I think not so simple. Like what will you do? I thought bishop b4, castles or castle, rook d4, and white will get back the pawn with a nice position here. So Vaishali definitely not looking very likely to win today in classical game. Whereas Humpy's game against Ju Wenjun is of course too early to say what's going on here. Check. But Humpy's pieces have been pushed back a lot. And now we reach this position where it should be around equal. It should be. And last game which we want to look at is Anna Muzychuk versus Pia Cramling. And look at the dangerous line that Anna Muzychuk has chosen. She's gone for the von Henning-Schara gambit. It's a very dangerous line where you give up a pawn with black in order to develop all your pieces very quickly. You can see all the pieces have been quickly developed. So the main thing is that after c5 cd, ed leads to the tarash, but here you take cd, and this is known as Henning-Schara gambit. If I'm not forgetting it, because I used to prepare against it a bit. Castles, rook d8, queen c2, knight b4. Ooh. But Pia Cramling seems well prepared. Yeah, she's doing well. At least she's mentally prepared. Shivam Dubey says, I scored 715 in NEET. Wow, that's a very high score, right? At least that's what I think I know. That you even 600 plus is a high score. Not AIR 100 also, he says. Ooh. So basically, this time it's like how ratings are inflating in chess, marks are also inflating, yeah, in the exams. By the way, after rook e1, we saw bishop e6 played by Pragg, takes, and now Caruana showing his preparation goes queen a4. Wow, this is now tough moment for Pragg. Let's think what is the threat here. Because knight f6, queen f6 is a fine for oh, I get it. Maybe he wants, like, let's say if I go h6, then he wants knight f6, queen f6, and knight d5. So as to use bishop takes go, rook e8, and queen e8. That could be one idea, but of course here queen g5 is definitely possible, and black is doing completely fine here. So queen a4. I don't know what are the other natural moves. I was just thinking. There's no real threat as such, I feel, apart from the fact that there could be some tactics here. Neat 2024 is a scam. Okay. Yes, maybe there are so many scams, yeah, right now that are happening. Anmol says 67 students scored full marks in NEET. Yeah, gone are the days when actually coming first AIR 1 used to be like super exciting. I think everything has to evolve in this world, and maybe exams as well. The concept of exams also has to evolve, perhaps. I think. Nube says, did you hear about the Chicago Open incident? No, I did not hear. What happened there? By the way, I think we have our first believer of today. We have Rohit Namde, who's contributed 101 on helpchess.org and become a believer. Thank you, Rohit. By the way, we have a subscriber count. We are at 16,57,769. Hoping that we can hit right now 16,57,800. Just 24 away. Aha, someone was cheating. Oh. Rakshit Singh says the fact that students have to spend years and years in coaching class apart from school itself is flawed. At the end, resources also becomes a deciding factor because of this. True, true. I think the most important thing, of course, is that you need to have knowledge about these things. And if you are, I mean, you having knowledge because you score well is not a given in most of the exams. So, yeah, I also like, I'm a big fan of substance over form. It's one of the key concepts in accounting, that whenever you work with someone, the substance is more important than their form, which is their degree or their marks or anything. What is it that they are able to bring onto the table? And I think also when it comes to chess, it's similar. Like, there are players who are very good at openings and all, but there are some who are fighters throughout the game, and they generally outrun the opening experts. So Rakshit says, Sagar, have you read Rework? Yes, I have it here. I At some point I had read Rework. Um, but I think from the same authors, I like the book It Does Not Have to Be Crazy at Work. They are the same founders of Basecamp, I think. Okay, I'm a bit tensed about Ding in general. You know this, that he is going through a rough phase in his career, but such positions where Hikaru has his pieces well lined up and Ding is not in great form have to be dealt with very carefully, because F4, I like White's position and I like Hikaru's chances. As Hikaru said, having White with Ding is the best chance, that you can have for gaining 3 points in this tournament. So I think he will press a lot. Actually, this time Ding in one of his interviews has come out quite clearly that he said he was suffering from depression. He mentioned there, no, this newspaper called TAZ. Yeah, this neat thing I also checked. I think I was checking one video by this PW physics wala, and I quite enjoy the way he talks. And I was seeing what he was saying about the fact that finally there was an AIR1 from his academy after a long time, but he's not happy and so on. What to do? Siddharth Ranadive, member for 42 months, pillar of Indian chess. Sagar bhai, how are you? Will you be covering VD's tournament too? Siddharth, I'm good. Yes, we actually we were in touch with the organizers of that tournament. So we wanted to cover it. I think we also had links to the video cameras and so on. But turns out that it was not in very good quality for first round, and hopefully we can do in the subsequent rounds. I think it will be fun to see with it in action after a long time. When is Kramnik versus Jospem? I think in 2 days or something, no? This weekend they are playing, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go to Pragg versus Caruana. There are more moves. Queen A4. I'm actually a bit worried about Pragg's chances, because what is the natural move that comes to mind? Let's ask this question. If G6, why is this a blunder? Let's go, guys. Why is this a blunder? White to play. Devashish says he said he is now able to sleep with one tablet a night as opposed to nearly four, because he just couldn't sleep after the win. Yeah. Not being able to sleep. Guys, I always think that there are certain things that we are able to do, and which we are never grateful for. And when we stop being able to do it is when we realize how important they are. Just simple things like being able to eat well, being able to sleep well, being able to um, just do normal things well. These are very important. Yes, there is a big four coming up, and like we have 29 people: Parikshit, Samhita, Senthil, Ruchir, Kedar, Trading Journey, Anshu, Sangeet, Sunita, and Poonam. Well done, guys. Queen E8, Queen E8, and Knight F6 just wins the game for white. So, okay, one thing is you can't go G6. If you can't go G6, then I'm wondering what are the other moves and other possibilities here. Um, and this becomes quite a threat, no, because after take knight d5 becomes a threat because of the attack here and here. But I think h6 is not a bad idea, just waiting, because this is not working. Takes and knight d5, as we just saw, because of queen g5, and black is doing fine. So in a way, I'm actually expecting either h6, or there's another move which is No, because h6, I think he won't even take. He will go rook d1, and that there is a lot of pressure. Samir Singh Dev, thank you so much for your super chat. Akshat Dadit says you only miss the sunshine when it starts to rain. Ah, Akshat, you are singing this song. I know that. Or what is it? Yes, let her go. Let her go. Correct, correct. Adi, thank you so much for your super chat. Maybe for my singing skills. Yes. Thank you, Adi. No, Let Her Go is like an epic song, guys. All those who haven't heard of it, please go and listen to it. Gagan says, what about the move Bishop H3? What here? No. Really? It works? Because I would take. I don't think it works at all. No, no, it doesn't work. Okay, let's go to the other game between Carlson and Firouzja. Just right now, Magnus has taken on c4, and Firouzja is thinking actually taking with the pawn does not seem so silly, yeah. Like, but he takes with the knight, which was the most natural. Okay. Sunil Chetri retires today, says Ramesh Babu. I like this name, Ramesh Babu Domaraju Santosh Erigaisi. Yeah, a legendary player, right? It's a pity that I'm not so acquainted with all his achievements, but I know that he's the greatest Indian player ever. Um, but yeah, maybe you guys can tell me more about him and then I can read it out. Gurmanjot says, Sagar, did you come across anyone cheating in chess over the board? Yes, in fact, I had written a big article when we were playing at the Dubai Open in 2015. Was it 20? Yeah, 2015 is when this player from Georgia, Gaois Nigalidze, he had kept a phone in the toilet. He's the third highest goal scorer, fourth highest national goal scorer after Ronaldo, Alcde, and Messi. Whoa, amazing, amazing. Is he like at the same level as Ronaldo and Messi? Then why don't people also talk about him at, or is it not the similar? Because if he scored so many goals. Himang says, did you hear about Djokovic's injury in French Open? Well, actually, I was. Oh, B5 by Pragg. Very interesting move by Pragg. My father and I spoke, we just spoke like the other day, and he follows tennis, and he was telling me how Djokovic won a five setter against someone, and he played until 3 a.m. French time. And I was just thinking, like, how can someone have such levels of fitness? You have to kind of not just be fit while you're playing, but you also have to live your life that way if at this age you want to be as fit as Djokovic. So I was very, very impressed. But now that you say he has injury, maybe it does seem like it's human. Yes, after all, he's okay. B5 played, Queen A4, B5 played by Pragg. Now The natural question is, can we just take here? But I think after take, this is what Pragg is aiming for, a little bit of simplification. And then he goes rook f8 and his position is fine. So overall, Pragg did not want Caruana to be putting pressure on him with rook d1 and so on. So he tries to immediately clarify the situation. I was wondering if he could go a6 here with the idea of b5. Also possible to play this way. So b5, and of course, yeah, taking here does not make sense, I think, with the bishop. So because now it's just that this is hanging and it's not good. So I would suggest that here Caruana will take, and we'll reach this position. Now this rook is hanging. So maybe bishop b2 I would explore, but after rook b1, this is hanging and this is hanging now. So you go bishop c3 attacking here. And I don't know, like I could go rook c1, but there is d4 with very good compensation for black. But I can play bishop e8, bishop e1, and bishop c6. Intermezzo move, attacking the rook. Check, king takes, and perhaps this is still quite interesting a position because of queen h4 coming up later on if, the queen is not here, or queen f6 if the knight is not here. So there are some things based on which the tactics could come. One says Baichung Bhutia and Sunil Chhetri are the only world-renowned footballers for India. Bayern Munich played India for Baichung's final match as a tribute. India lost final. Yes, it's surprising, that India, I think, for any sport to become like really popular, as we are seeing what is happening with chess, you need sort of world class players. And I think that is one thing that is working out for chess for us, that we have the world class players, and that really propels the sport. Right now, I think World Juniors is what we are covering. Norway Chess, UZ Chess we will cover where Vidit is. Then we will cover the Asian Youth, which is happening in Kazakhstan, where some of the biggest talents from India are playing. Hopefully, we'll go to the World Cup for youngsters in Batumi. So June is quite packed with these events. Then maybe there is one event in Romania. There's a Grand Chess Tour event. So yeah, it's a non-stop calendar. Just imagine, the players are of course getting tired, but I think for someone like ChessBase India or chess.com, it's like something where there is no break at all. Then there is Olympiad coming up soon, then the World Championship match, then there is Global Chess League and Tata Steel Chess India and the Sinkfield Cup, and whew. Bhaskar says, why not bishop d7? You mean, Bhaskar, in this position, bishop d7? Because here, if you play bishop d7, I'll take on f6. And your problem is, if you take with the pawn, I'll take your knight. And if you take with the queen, I'll take your bishop. So that does not work. Yogesh says, Vishy made whole chess popular in India. Goat. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Keep things simple says, great work for covering all matches. Thank you so much. Yes, make an interview with Arjun. Arjun definitely will. Whenever we meet him, we'll do it. We are also, by the way, thinking very seriously about Deathmatch 3.0 this time. This year, we want to do it. We have had 2 death matches, and this year we have a very interesting concept that we are trying to see if it can work out. Mitesh says, too many tactics in the position. Yeah, yeah. Oh, VD versus Hans is also there, Rakshit. Thank you for reminding that. Amruta will join us in a bit. Let's check if Vaishali's position. Yeah, Vaishali did find Long Castle, which is impressive. Impressive. Okay, my question is, can we just not snatch this pawn? What is the problem? Black to play, what would you play here? Guys, let's go. What would you play here as black? Black to play. Prasad says, please change the name, sir. My 11-year-old son says deathmatch has violent ring to it. Well, Prasad, we thought about this, but it's not like anything violent as such. It's just like they fight until death, like not literally, but it's like you play till the end. It's like these words sudden death or something like that. No, it's not literally to be taken, but we have a super chat here by the Vivek Pandey says, good work, Sagar and team promoting chess in India. Thank you, Vivek. Yes, I think all of you have found it correctly. C5 is the move that I was looking for, and the right answer by Senthil, Priya, Ruchir, Abhishek, Parikshit, Samhita, Ravada, welcome, Arav, and average. So, although the bishop may try to survive a bit, but it won't be able to because of check, takes, and I think the bishop is gone. There's no way to go out from here. So you go back here and then rook a6 and the bishop is trapped. So he's late Tingjie has castled. Maybe now Vaishali goes king b8, saving the a7 pawn. Ju Wenjun versus Humpy. Well, not much, but b4 played. The queen moves. I'll take perhaps. It seems normal position. Seems normal. Guys, is there some cricket match also today going on? USA versus Pakistan. Okay. And guys, joining us with great difficulty, we have the one and only Amruta Mokal. Hello, Amruta.
Hello everyone, what's up?
How are you?
Awesome, Sagar. What's up? Which cricket match are you talking about?
There's a tournament going on right now, I think T20 World Cup in US.
Okay.
And Pakistan is playing USA.
Then Pakistan might crush USA.
Yeah, I think so.
USA is a new, right? It's like USA is a noob. Can we call it a noob or
in cricket perhaps yes.
But what about if there are Indians who have shifted to USA and then they are playing?
Yeah, I'm sure there are Indians in the team.
Yeah.
And the same
And in fact,
in the British in the England team. It was similar. There were always some players who were of Indian origin, and also in some other countries as well. I think in New Zealand also they had one Indian and so on.
Nice. Oh, Pakistan is struggling, says student.
Yogesh says actually USA is India B team.
No, but it would be it's good that USA is also join the sport because more new people get to know about cricket.
Yeah, I think ICC is thinking a lot like how to promote the sport and make it more global.
ICC?
International Cricket Council.
I thought BCCI is the main one.
For India, yes.
For the world also, no?
For world ICC, but yes, maybe BCCI.
I thought ICC is the internet chess.
This what Amruta just said shows that maybe no one knows much about ICC and BCCI is important. So.
Oh, okay, cool. But
So,
Chaudhary does agree BCCI is actually
Amruta.
the main one. But anyway, let's focus on the game, Sagar.
Yes.
Caruana and Praggnanandhaa. We have India versus USA right now.
Yes. And here, if you look at Caruana's time, he has 144. Pragg has come down to 1 hour 17 minutes. But I think Amruta Pragg has managed to get some basic things sorted for himself. Because if you look at the opening, it was this normal thing, but Caruana was playing super fast, and you can see his time is 156. He just knew everything. Take queen a4. So this was the first move after b5 that he started to think, and it's a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, what a move. Like, even to consider it as a candidate move is such a tough one. So B5.
I think he wanted to
You
clarify
analyze?
a few things because rook d1 was getting pretty strong.
Makes sense. But Pragg is a pawn up for now.
Now he gives back the pawn. Now he will take here for sure.
Queen
Take.
B5. Rook B8.
Oh, sorry.
Did you
queen
analyze?
b5. Queen
Because rook
b5.
B8, rook B2.
Yeah, queen b5 not. Bishop
B5.
b5.
Rook E7. Oh, but the knight F6. You don't like. Go bishop B2, Sagar.
Yeah, we analyzed this one. Bishop b2.
सब हो चुका है ना
Rook
तो
B1.
then you don't need to.
Bishop c3. Bishop e8. Bishop e1. Bishop c6. Bishop f2. King f2. And black has some compensation, but white is better. This is what we analyzed. But yeah, knight b5, bishop b5 is bound to happen now. It's on the board. And by the way, we have a super chat by Prasad Douri, who says, what is your recommendations for 40 plus learners to help visualize positions? My calculations are most often wrong by one move when I don't have a board, which are right with a board to visualize a position.
Amazing. Yeah.
I think my suggestion, Amruta, has been that if you want to start visualizing, there are two ways. One is that you can take short games and try to visualize them like 5 moves, 6
It's a
move
nice
games.
one. It's a nice
So
suggestion for sure.
you have the visualization from the starting position, and the other one is to visualize the end game where there are just pawns on the board, like maybe one
King,
pawn
pawn,
each
endgame.
side, and that you analyze. So then slowly you gain the vision of the board.
That's true. To add to this, you can also just do a very simple technique. Maybe you are 40 plus, so it can help if you with a 10 plus child, if you are doing and asking him which is the square and how fast he is doing. Some healthy competition that could help. When he asks you,
His son, I think, is already a chess player.
so that helps. Finally, when you are whatever you're calculating, you can try to say it in moves like bishop b2 in your mind, because you would know the move but you're not saying it. So just say the name. It's like otherwise calling. करे आज ऐसे
क्या? Yeah,
shuk shuk. But Sagar, it just makes it easy to call a move by its name.
So Amruta, Pragg does play rook f8, which was the most natural move, just shifting his rook. And I think this game might end in a draw.
So are you saying Armageddon,
Oh, wait,
where
one
Pragg
second.
will be black?
One second, Amruta. If I do this, there's this bishop b2 move. So first maybe take on f6, queen f6, yeah, and b3. I think this, if we reach such a position, at least for namesake, white is slightly better because of this isolated pawn and another isolated pawn, and white has 2 pawns together.
Yeah, but you can't stop the d pawn, right? Like d4 pe to it is going 100%,
Yeah.
which is a good news. It doesn't stay on the light square, and maybe that helps black. I agree with you. Maybe this is going towards a draw. Maybe. We have Naitik who asks, does blindfold chess help in taking calculation to the next level after 1800 FIDE? Yes, I'll get.
No.
Absolutely, it helps, Naitik. Exactly, because it just helps your speed when you're calculating and saying the move. It's like knight f7, king f7. Just imagine, right? The chances of going wrong because of your pieces are vaguely somewhere when it is a long calculation, that will get affected if you don't improve your notation. So notation is like, for these top players, it's just another language. Bhagyashri says, I used to play verbal chess with my dad in travels. Oh, amazing. Super amazing. Maybe you can add one more thing which could be helpful. While you're playing chess, you can also have it with the clock. Maza aa jayega. Bishop c3 has been played here. Nakamura versus Ding Liren. So generally what Ding has been doing is he used to get better position in the classical game against whoever it is. And then finally it would either fizzle out, he would offer a draw, then it would go in Armageddon. That is how it is. But I believe Nakamura with the white pieces is going to try and beat Ding. So can Ding survive is a question. Position looks fine with the central pawns, the bishop coming here. There is some tension in the center. Bishop right now is on c3. If d takes c5, black would be happy with this hanging pawns. So it will be all about timing and being alert when that can happen. Yeah. So bishop c3. Okay. That's about Ding. Going to Alireza versus Magnus. How has the rook reached b5? Guys, did you analyze this position? Because I don't want to repeat. So I'll wait for Sagar to come back so that we know where he last left. Naitik says, I see it because it is harder to calculate blindfold than when you have the board, at least when we can see the pieces in the long lines. True, true. No, that practice definitely helps because basically you are getting accustomed to the squares first. Like when you know this is an f4 square, it's very easy to say bishop f4. Just giving an example. So it helps. We have a super chat by Hemant Kumar who says, whenever I got bored of reading books for my UPSC preparation, I like to see your chess commentary. It's really amazing.
It's so nice to know.
Also, 12th fail में वो UPSC exams ही है ना?
Yes. Also, we have a very. I mean, when I went to Meghalaya, I met the IAS officer by the name of Swapnil Tembe, and he has a very good channel of his own. IAS Swapnil Tembe is the name, and you can check it out. I think for UPSC students, it's very good. And I think he loves chess and he also loves career counseling. So I think at some point he might start something of the two together.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that would be very nice because we also have many UPSC aspirants or just in general career counseling for various subjects and so on. So it will be very cool.
Perfect. Then if you would have gone to him, maybe he would have guided you to not do CA, to become a GM.
Yeah, maybe. I think he doesn't do it retrospectively like for everyone's career.
But... Or maybe you can ask Fide that I'll give you my CA degree. Instead, you can give me a GM. So that CA can be transferable.
One norm. By the way,
yeah.
If you see Amruta.
How rook has reached the b5 point. Is it a good rook or a bad rook?
It is putting pressure here and here. But the knight is defending b7. And on e5, there seems to be an unbearable amount of pressure.
That seems like you. e5.
So I don't think that you can hold it any longer. So you take.
Okay.
And take. And then we have to assess such a position, Amruta, where I'm not so sure about who is better. But this is very irritating pressure. And if you push the pawn, then the bishop gets closed.
Actually, how do they sort the b7 issue?
I don't think he can sort it. I mean, maybe the bishop has to somehow get traded and then b6. But if not, you have to live with some issues. Like this one. This doesn't seem an issue that you can resolve very successfully.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say now if you go c6,
C6 d5 and bishop b8. Because the bishop on a7 looks like either has no future or it just stays there with patience for long term, putting pressure on d4 point. What will you do, Sagar? Be patient, or you will try to do something else? Experiment, basically.
you,
Patience or experiment
you
is
mean
my
in this
question.
position?
Yeah, and in life, when it is about patience and versus experiment, we should also for chat patience versus experiment.
Yeah, I think it's good to experiment.
Uh-huh.
And then when you experiment something, then you should be patient because it's not like the results are going to come every time.
Hmm.
I think overall, also in our phase of Chess Base India, which has been 8 years, there have been phases which have been very, very good and things are flowing. And then there have been phases which are very difficult where nothing much happens and you have to be patient. So perhaps it's a balance of both, but there are some people who are geniuses or
Hmm.
some businesses which are so so much at the right place at the right time at the right serving the right need that they just keep growing.
Boom.
Yeah, like Gukesh for example, or Pragg, or
Gukesh is a business.
yeah, I mean the kind of player that he
No, or
is.
even you can say
There were,
Swiggy, like when Swiggy came in.
yeah,
Just,
these brands, yes.
yeah.
We have another super chat by Byte Tech, who says, "Great channel. I started playing chess because of you. Thank you, Byte Tech. That's so nice to know."
Yeah, it's your first super chat. And निकेत आज सागर भाई एम खुद सीए करा फाउंडेशन 28 जून से है फियर ऑफ फेलियर लग रहा है एनी टिप्स
Sorry.
ही हैज सीए फाउंडेशन एग्जाम ऑन 20th जून
हाँ.
फेलियर का फियर है एनी टिप्स
Niket, just do it. Just go and have fun. There's no need to worry too much about the result as such because you know you never know what is good for you. I think we've seen so many videos these days of people saying like, "I'm so glad I failed the XYZ exam so that I had a career now in this." Like, I think I was listening to this podcast by Imtiaz Ali and Ranveer TRS show,
Okay.
and he said about something where
No,
I'm
very
glad
true.
that I'm glad that this went wrong for me. So now I became a famous director. So you
Yeah.
know, in your
Yeah,
case,
very true.
if it works out and you clear, it's great. If it doesn't, something else will come up for sure.
Something will come up because you will keep searching for it, right? You're not just going to sit in your house. Patience की बात नहीं कर रही हूँ. Very confusing it can get. But
Oh, Amruta, Pia Cramling drew already with Anna Muzychuk.
so Anna is
That's a very
leading.
surprising result because this was this Henning Shara gambit we just saw.
What did you say?
Henning Shara gambit.
Oh, never heard of it before.
Yeah, it goes like this: d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, c5. You take here and takes here. So then you basically win this pawn and take this pawn. So now you are a pawn up as white, but you will see that black is getting all the pieces out.
Oh, we saw this in candidates, I believe, quite a lot. है ना? Or
Actually,
quite a lot or not, I don't know. But we did
candidates,
see.
we were seeing this line by Hikaru once, but this did not happen.
Okay.
This is not played. Actually, what is played at the highest level these days?
Is not played at.
No, is this line, Amruta? Knight c3, let's say knight c3, knight f6, this line. CD, CD here. So it's with the inclusion of these two moves. And then you have this, you remember, right? This drawish line. And
Honestly, now I remember. Queen d6, queen. No,
no,
bishop
this
e6
one.
f, knight e6 f e6
Yeah,
वाला जो
remember
endgame में
this.
जाता है. Correct, I remember this. I remember this.
This line.
Which we saw a lot in COVID, especially.
Yeah. But you know, once my opponent had prepared this entire line with me, with black, and I think I was not aware of it, but it's quite a dangerous line And I played e3 here and he couldn't get that, and then I
Who?
managed to win.
Who?
I, I don't know if he was going to, but it was Abhishek Das at I think it was
Kolkata.
Asian Juniors maybe.
बहुत पहले की बात है.
Yeah.
अभी भी relevant. Amazing. Yogesh super chats. You guys are doing good. Both chess and other fun contents are very engaging too. Oh, thank you, Yogesh. And that
Thank you.
you're also first super chat. क्या बात है? So Pragg's game, if we did this one, do you analyzed for Hikaru versus Ding?
Yeah.
What is the guess today you think will happen? Because Ding drew both the classical games last 2 rounds. So यहाँ पे क्या लग रहा है? And he had better positions in both the games, huh? What happened? What should I give you?
No, I didn't bring my bottle at all.
You went.
No, I went and drank, but I forgot. No, let me bring.
It's okay.
Yeah, I think Amruta was asking about Ding, and I feel like it's very difficult to say what will happen with him because he's a bit unstable. So he may get a good position like he has right now, very good position. He's attacking this bishop. But he may just blunder and just his entire advantage could wither away. Kriyansh says, proud to see chess gaining so much popularity every time there is some tournament or the other. 2 hours of Chess Biz India is now part of my daily schedule. Wow. So cool to know, Kriyansh.
Vinayak says, Sagar Bhai, please let me know when you will be in UK. I would love to meet you. Also happy to assist with anything when you are in UK.
Thank you. Most likely in in October this year.
And Tanmay says, Sagar Amruta, in other wonderful news, Arjun won again today and is 2774
2771 actually, I thought. So he beat, or is it 2774? Maybe he, yes, he's 2773.3. He beat today Amruta.
73.3. He beat David, no? David
Gavrilescu. Oh, I thought he beat Karthik Venkatraman. That's what I saw one of the games. I don't know, maybe something. No, I just saw here Amruta.
Got it.
Here, see? Arjun Erigaisi, Karthik Venkatraman.
Oh.
Yeah.
Then how come? Very surprising. Achha, they can't see it, but okay.
Yeah, no, but round 7 it was. And here on 2700 chess, it says...
Maybe that is the 9th round.
Karthikeyan and Murli, they have written here. Today 8th round happened already. Amruta, he won. Oh, 2773. Wow.
7-4, he says. This is amazing.
You know, Arjun might hit 2800. He is so unstoppable. 277.
But you know, for him, the next guy to cross will be Caruana, who will be almost 2796, his current rating, which is a huge gap.
You know, Caruana might lose some rating today.
With Pragg. No, it will be a draw.
Yeah, just joking.
B3 has been played. First question, can I go D4 or is it a mistake in any way? First question.
I like D4. I think it's a good move because next move I can bring my rook here and defend. But just have to be careful about bishop C6.
Can I go rook A D8?
Yeah.
You want to take on A7?
But then I am a bit worried about the D pawn.
Yeah, you're worried about the right things, Sagar.
Yeah. I'm a bit worried about you as well.
That too, you're worried about the right things, Sagar. D2. Rook E2 and Queen C3 looks so powerful. No, here F3, Queen takes C6. Oh, yeah. This is cool.
This is just...
If you allow the pawn to D2, a lot of tactics you will have to be alert about.
True.
So maybe even though you might land up in the best position, still practically you just don't want that little guy to be pushed ahead at you.
Correct. No, but I think, this G6 definitely, D4 definitely looks good. Rook f d8 also seems fine. I don't think Pragg will have any difficulty. Also, Amruta, it feels just like Pragg has become like such a strong elite player that
Yeah.
with these guys like Caruana, even with Carlson, he drew so effortlessly with black.
Very good point. Yeah, in fact, both of them he beat in
Yeah,
the
he plays
previous one, and
b4.
here he is drawing comfortably.
Your move is on the board. Guys, this is the thing which is very tough against world-class players is how do you... Oh, by the way, Amrita, we've crossed 16 lakh 58,000 subscribers. So
Awesome.
thank you guys.
Guys, likes भी उतने ही कर दो. Like the stream.
Do like the stream and we might quickly move towards 16 lakh 60,000. Tomorrow is the last day and we can hope to hit 16 lakh 60,000 by tomorrow. Let's see. Sujal Patil says, do you speak English with each other from beginning of your relationship or how was it?
16 साल पहले.
I think the English kept growing.
Yeah.
The earlier it was Hindi, then
More Hindi.
Marathi.
Actually, even my English improved because of talking to Sagar quite a lot. I used to make a lot more grammatical mistakes.
Oh,
So it was.
correct.
And then he learned his Marathi. He improved his Marathi.
Oh, मी खूप improve केलं.
पण मराठी शब्द इंग्लिश शब्द
आता Amrita, just think about it that rook is attacked and this is, I thought just take here, but actually turns out to be a mistake, guys. What's the best move for black here? An intermezzo, an intermediate move. Can you find it? Black to play. Yes, Hemant Dhonti says Arjun is leading in FIDE circuit, but Hemant, this time the FIDE circuit is a accumulation of 2 years, not one. So it's this year and next year also. So it's a very long circuit.
बाप रे, that is huge.
Yeah,
But wasn't it last year? No, last year it was only 1 year.
1 year, yes. Let's see what are the moves suggested, Amruta. We have some fantastic people in the chat.
Manish Gaming, Parikshit, Mitesh, Abhishek, Ruchir, Sentil, whatever. Arav, Agam, Ravada.
Yes, queen e6. And with this, your rook and knight both are hanging. So if you defend it this way, I'm anyway going c5. And it's a winning position.
Nice. Good question, Sagar. More questions.
So c6 is a nice move by Magnus. And after rook b1, he will take so that then later the rook doesn't move on the 5th rank.
Okay, now I want to ask you something. Now at this point, if black goes d5,
But there's e5. I don't think we should.
that's strong.
That's too good. How about Amruta playing knight e6 so that now this is hanging. And if you take on b7, I win this central good pawn.
Yeah, knight e6, rook b7. Let's say you take on d4.
Yeah.
Rook a7 I don't have. Oh,
No, rook a7, there's
knight
knight
f3,
f3.
check. So I take on d4. You will take with the bishop.
Your queen.
Like it for black actually. The bishop on d4 looks powerful. Rook on a8 is already घर पे बैठे बैठे एकदम ही active. Nice. Knight e6 is nice. Takes and knight e6.
Yeah. Let's see this in a bit. And Ding versus Nakamura. Here Naka is thinking. Pragg versus Caruana. I think here Caruana is thinking.
And what is a very quick situation between Vaishali and Humpy?
So Vaishali here. By the way, Amrita, we were...
Oh, let's ask the question. Wait. Assessment. What is the assessment? Did you ask them today?
Not yet. But I think I would assess this position as equal. Especially because black is a pawn up, but this is a weak pawn. Mario Srini, thank you so much. Oh, Saksham says there's one FIDE circuit spot for 24 and another for 25. Is that true, Saksham? Or is it like both? Ah, okay, maybe it's for that way. Hmm. Thank you, Saksham, for correcting us. If it's that way, I thought it was like 2 years and then two players who are
Yeah,
top
that
two.
because that 2 years is like huge performance
Yeah.
expected in that sense. मतलब
So Amruta,
उधर
I am saying 0.1 for white.
0.1 for white. Okay. I think 0.5 because C6, C5, everything looks a little weak.
Whoa!
0.5. But only if you make the next move.
Bishop E2. Keeping the bishop and hitting here. Wow.
Bishop E2 is great. You know, not exchanging with that B7 bishop. It is such a beautiful move to understand the exchange helps black, and so you are avoiding it. Such a decision.
Yeah.
Okay, and what about Humpy?
It also looks equal only.
This one is right now. Seems like out of the opening just
It
a
seems
while
like
ago.
today, Amruta, this is already an Armageddon. This game ended with Pia Cramling and Anna Muzychuk. This looks like it will go into Armageddon. This one also looks like it will go into Armageddon.
Not sure. Late Tingjie is very strong, and Vaishali has to really defend
Yeah, that's
hard.
true. That's true. So that does seem a bit worrisome. This will definitely end in a draw. Pragg-Caruana. Ding versus Hikaru too early to call anything. It's still too much to play for. Magnus-Firouzja.
I think this is today's until now most exciting game, and also knowing Firouzja, who keeps creating some stuff there, it will get exciting. He has 1 hour, both have 1 hour 17 minutes. So then we have a lot of time to also chat with the chat, Sagar.
Yeah.
प्रल्हाद सेज अमृता ताई तू गुजराती शिकलीस का सागर दादाकडून मला सगळं समजतं बट आय कॅन टॉक एक्सपेरिमेंटला सागरजी व्हाट अबाउट आवर गाय VD Gujarati? I haven't seen or heard from him for a while.
Well, he was active today playing against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. He's playing at the UZ Cup, UZ Chess Cup. I can just show you this tournament a little bit about it. The UZ Chess Cup is happening in Uzbekistan, and with it today was playing against Mamedyarov, and he was playing with the white pieces, got a very good position out of the opening. Here maybe he had to go d5 or knight d2, but he went g3, which allowed his opponent now this move, and it became a little tricky because now there's a spin, and if knight here, I want to ask the chat, black to play, what do you do?
Nice move. I like it. Atulya says chess was my favorite time pass in the 90s. I even had a computer chess game with real pieces that detected the positions using coordinates. I couldn't continue playing. I'm excited to watch these videos. Hey, nice. 1990s is great memories.
Yeah. Yes, our chat is so quick, Amruta, to find the move knight c4 to deflect this knight so that you win here and you have a double attack. So beautiful job here done by so many of you. Omansh, Tanishq, P, Nitan, Senthil, Average, Mistadam, Arav, Vishal, and Piyush. So I think this was missed by Vidit. This fact that knight was coming to c4, and then
oh, my move is knight f4. How stupid. Okay, anyway.
Take. And here he got an advantage, small, because he's a pawn up. And here after knight d3, I think the opponent offered a draw after bishop c4, and I think Vidit could have played on. Maybe he was a bit afraid of queen e6 attacking here and here, both the pawns. But after e5, queen c4,
And this is so much Mamedero style, right?
Yeah.
With the king being weaker, white king.
Yes, White
Decent.
King being weaker is the main reason why Vidit might have decided to draw, but objectively, this position is quite promising for White.
Hmm.
Oh, Ju Wenjun has just gone d4. I think e4 must be played. Yeah. Oh, e4 doesn't look good because of.
Knight e5.
Yeah. So this is the position. And Amruta here with Ding, I mean, it's all going slow.
Going slow, that's fine. Mitesh says, can you suggest me a type of tactics which can help me improve in chess, like intermezzo, pin, skewer, attacker? Chess tactics from scratch is a good
Yeah, it's
one,
a
no?
very good book. In
Chess
fact,
tactics from.
intermezzo is the very important tactic that should be mastered. Zamruta keeps talking about it. It's like you're going your move, opponent's move, your move, and then suddenly there is an intermediate move which you have never thought of.
Yeah, especially on second or third move, it does, like, it just crashes in. Like, as I say, you keep the window open and a mouse comes into the house.
Yeah, mouse comes into the nice.
And then there are mouse slips again.
True.
Life One Journey says you missed some of the messages. Acha,
Yeah.
please do write again.
Oh, just a second. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you can also get back in some few minutes. Alright,
Yeah.
fine. Be prepared. Armageddon is going to be awesome. How many of you do think this will go to Armageddon? Like, do you believe there could be any chances? Like, Caruana keeps trying, like, overstretching, and then Pragg's pawn, or is it too much of a fantasy? Sakar says, and most of the combinations in chess are based on double attack. Yeah, double attack, especially the one where uh, on two sides of the board. Yeah, and in time pressure, you just not alert. But even the pins, the complex pins and back to back pins, even for elite players, you will find so many blunders there. Me. Yes, Armageddon. Not for now, I guess, says Salik. Okay. So it's not like everybody thinks that this will go to Armageddon. That's a good thing. So d4, the instinct says like you want to block this pawn with the bishop, or you want to bring one of the rook to d1. But when you go rook c d1, you can't just bring this rook. I think this time queen a7 would be a problem, or maybe you have a2 hanging. No, but then you also have d4 hanging. So if you go back rook a8, then there is queen d4 and there is a problem. You can't do this. So instead of rook a d8, you might have to bring the other rook to d8. So this rook supports d7, a7. White says rook d2 and wants to double. For you to double, you don't have d7 square because of the bishop. You might want to go rook d6, but then what is the idea? Because once again, a7 is going to be under a problem after rook f d1. So not rook a d8. But what would be an important move over here for black to play? Guys, black to play. An important move you need to find here so that white doesn't get advantage. Looking at the position a little deeply, it feels that, as Sagar had mentioned about the isolated pawn for Praggnanandhaa, Caruana is going to maybe try and put all the pressure on that. Yes, Hitansh, there are many moments where Prague's time is lower than the opponent. but he's able to in this tournament, because sometimes you use a lot of time and then you don't find best moves, but here it's a different case. The move, if I try to go and check how many people have found it. Oh, a6 has been suggested by many. Let me come back over here and put the move a6, because you're not really threatening winning this. There is a pin, so then you lose the pawn on d4, a free pawn, and white is very happy. So that would be a big mistake. As I said, don't worry, it was not an easy move to find. Maybe you want to try more, guys. a6 is not working. The threat is directly rook d4. Try to find something which stops the threat on the next move. So something, either it is, if I say the hint, then you are immediately going to find it. Let's keep it a little tough. Then many of you are suggesting the move rook a d8. In this one, the problem is queen takes a7. So what is the next? Yeah, good one. Next thing you consider is a counter attack. Whenever you are under attack, you can't defend, or the defensive move is bad, or you're losing some other material. You first look at the counter attack options. And there you go, bishop g4. Senthil had found it very early. There was only one person. Then we have Prakash Raj, Tanmoy, Average Chess, Anand, Arav, Lakshit, Shesha, Anvesh, and Agam. Bishop g4. So you've counterattacked, so no time to take on d4 because bishop d1. Then the next question comes to the mind, can you go f3? Now, if you have suggested f3, let's see if you can follow it up. Black to play. Follow it up. Anand Kumar says Amrita is saying 1000th time over here. With an accent, feels like my cousin is back spending a week in London. Yes, Manish, there is your question on the board. Sarthak, thank you for your super chat. Says, hi Amrita and Sagar, been following you guys from 3 years. Love your content. Any chance that you guys invite Samay in stream? Miss those times. Thank you, Sarthak. Very nice of you. We would love. Samay also tries to join in whenever he can. Right now he's traveling. He's on his Europe tour. But he would definitely be joining whenever he can. And there we go. So many people have found the answer. Senthil, Banureka, Parikshit, Average Chess, Prakash, Ravada, Rishabh, Arav, Shesha, and Manish. Bishop takes f3 is important to calculate for f3. If g takes f3, queen takes f3 there, still it is not very clear what the threat is, because if you play rook takes d4, I don't see the threat, guys. Black to play. Can you see it? ठीक है, देखो देखो क्या ही स्पीड है. सही है, सही है. आरव, हेस, प्रकृत, शशा, फेवरेट, आनंद, एवरेज, मीर, मितेश, and Senthil. Rook g6 check, and look at the queen controlling the most critical diagonal and file. That is such a powerful one. So bishop g4 is an epic defense. So cool, actually, so cool. Also for bishop f3, when you are looking at this, question should be that what if there is a pin, ulta pin, rook f2. Once again, the move, you need so many variations. This position is helping us to understand that it is not enough to just consider a move like bishop g4. You also need to consider f3. For bishop f3, it's not enough to consider only one capture back. You also need to see this intermezzo, as we call it, rook f2, pinning the thing. And the right move is being given by a few of you. Average, Parikshit, Ravada, Ajish, Rithik, Tanmoy, Arav, Manish, Favorite, and Agam. Bishop takes d1 is important. For rook takes f6. No, not rook takes f6. This rook defends. G takes f6, and then you have a passer, you have two rooks, and you have a bishop. Yes, your king is weak, but for now, the queen and the bishop both on the other side, other side of the river, nothing's happening. This is moving too fast. So clearly better for black. So d4 is a move where Pragg would have calculated a lot of things, I believe, bishop g4 and f3 and all that ideas also. Important to keep all of those in the mind. 1 hour 22 minutes to Caruana. He's still having 22 minutes more. Maza aaya kya calculation karne ko. This is how we calculate on the board also. Let's go to Magnus's game quickly, because after c6, oh, that's a huge time. Alireza has been thinking for 20 minutes, and he has to decide where he's going to take the rook, because rook b3, rook b2, rook b1, these three moves are all possible. And after takes, the question would be, every place has its own pros and cons. With rook b3, this is not going to be defended by the queen anymore, but it could shift to third rank somewhere. With rook b1, it's not easy to shift it if needed. So similarly on rook b2, there could be something related with the pin. So for white, it is a big decision. Going to Nakamura's game, after de5, knight e4 has been played. Now the bishop is attacked. Black is having right now double bishop for both of them. So if this bishop is lost, then black gets the double bishop advantage. Feels natural to go back and save the bishop, because you have bishop on e1. Sometimes in such situations in the future, f3 is played, the bishop jumps into f2, g3, then you bring the rook out. So which is common. The bishop is also going to jump to b5. You see there is only one knight. Normally one of the knight is kind of covering the rook on e8. So knight e4 has been played, and Hikaru Nakamura thinking what to do. I believe he will either first go bishop e5 or he will go bishop c3, bishop e1. Pragg's game, bishop d3 has been played. So super chats. Ma'am, check out Lakshita, great personality. Yes, very nice material by her, really nice. I have spoken with her, so it's wonderful. Thank you for your super chat, Soham. First time today, a lot of first time super chats on Chessbase India. Looks great. Also, we have reached how many subscribers? We have reached 16,58,090. No, wait. 16,58,100 and century ho gaya. 107 subscribers. Also on Help Chess, we are now having 1395 believers. Rohit Namde has given a Help Chess contribution an hour ago, 101 rupees. Thank you, Rohit. Naveen says, I would like you or Sagar to cover one game from Rose Atwell from US. I find this kid's tweets very raw and genuine. I would definitely tell Sagar. Maybe he might even be knowing, but I will tell. Okay. So g6 has been played. Going back to the game, g6 has been played in the game. So an escape square is created. Generally, when your opponent, it's an endgame, you have the same colored bishop. You see the square is a dark square, so that you don't get a check. Otherwise, if it was h6, this square is as good as nothing. It's illusion, and then your back rank stays weak. So the escape square many times is of the opposite color of that bishop, and g6 has been played. No pressure on h7 as well. And nice move, as we were looking at. You want to block the pawn on d4. It's isolated. White would want to attack it with rook e4, rook c4, but the bishop is there on e6. Not so easy to start attacking the pawn, but finally it is isolated. Also the 7th rank. Let's not forget rooks on the 7th rank. Another isolated pawn. So Black has 3 pawn islands, 1, 2, and 3, and white has 2 pawn islands. This slight initiative for Caruana is enough to keep on playing, like we have seen in previous games, because when they move to 38th move, 39th move, they are low on time. There is no increment before 40 moves. In time pressure, there is a sudden twist, sudden blunder. So Caruana, having no stress in the position, he would be the one putting Praggnanandhaa under pressure. And however draw it might be for Pragg, he will have to be still careful, using his time, using his energy, so that he is able to defend till the end. Pia blunder. But Pia's, they went into the. Got it, got it. Oh, they went into Armageddon, and this was the position. Actually, it was a drawn position, opposite colored bishop. But Anna played g6 and p. Oh my god! Oh my goodness! Such a sad blunder. Because it's like ouch. Very, very ouch. And she also had time. She had 1 minute 19 seconds, and Anna had 1 minute 36 seconds. Even with this draw, it would be black has won because of the match situation. That Armageddon draw from black pieces is black wins. So, but still, it always hurts, yeah, because it's a draw, and Queen D7, you don't do that usually. Okay, so Anna beats Pia Cramling in Armageddon. She gets 1.5 points. Vaishali, in the meantime, Bishop E2 has been found by late Tingjie. So then she is putting pressure on Vaishali. Bishop goes to D6. And the game goes on. And Humpy, after D4, Rook E1 she plays. There is a disco. E takes D4. Bishop goes to E6. Again, no disco, because for takes you have knight takes D4. So, what is Humpy's time? Humpy is half an hour down on time. She's down to 52 minutes. Ju Wenjun on 1 hour 22 minutes. And for Vaishali, it's ulta. Vaishali also down on time. 55 minutes, and late Ingji is having 1 hour 20 minutes. So on time, all Indians are low on time over here. Alireza also has been thinking for the move c6. Nakamura played. Nakamura went back bishop e1. Like we were thinking, he wanted to save this bishop. And now c4 on the board by Ding. Nice move. It also creates some squares for your knight in the future if it wants to maneuver. Also for the bishop on this diagonal with this knight over here, with the pressure, with the queen. Jumping here. Ooh, looks so tempting for Ding Liren. I really love this move c4. Amazing move. You know, Ding is actually playing such good chess until a point. That is also very good progress. Very, very good progress, I must say. Classy move. c4 is a classy move. 17th move, both having equal time on the board, and position is completely fine for Ding Liren. In Praggnanandhaa's game, Caruana makes the next move again in just 3 to 4 minutes. He goes h3 and stops all bishop g4 ideas when the rook is on d1. But with the g6 move, anyway, these ideas of rook g6 and sack, they didn't exist. But new ideas might exist with rook d5, rook g5, some pressure here on g2, h3, possible. Yeah, it's last. It's Queen D7 blunder was pretty sad. Michael says I do this every day. And yes, exactly. Such an important tournament. Mouse slip. If it was an online tournament, we would completely understand that. Vinayak says we work on Indian time basis. बस 5 minute में आता हूँ. Totally. Black can play rook c8. Why not bishop c4? So for h3, you want, if this, the problem is your a7, the rook is tied down to the defense, and you can maybe say it in the easier way. I like to say that the pawn is dependent on the rook, so that you know that whenever the rook moves, there is some trouble. So if you go rook c8, let's say rook takes c8, you can't take with this rook, so you have to take with the bishop. But if you take with the bishop, it's a blunder. White to play. White to play. Mayur says, Amrita, can we get Ilam Parthi in the next stream? Oh, that's a good question. Ilam Parthi would be playing tournaments, he's working, he works with Sham Sundar. So, but I think one time should be possible. We can ask him for a while. And the move is, we have got the answers. Queen e8 and rook e8, both the moves work. Rook e8 is the strongest. Tanmay, Parikshit, Shiva, Aditya, Ghas, Grantha, Hareen, Arav, Vishnu, and Prakash. Rook e8, check. King goes to g7, and the next move, the king is going to be in the trouble. The back rank is weak. This is spin. The queen goes to a3 or b4 with the idea of checkmate in one move. So very powerful. Well, like, why queen e8 then? Because for queen e8 you didn't have. Uh, yes, this is strong. Maybe the plan would be bishop c4 and rook e7. I like rook e8 more. It's just very clear. So h3 has been played, and now the next idea for Praggnanandhaa, which comes to my mind, would be a move like rook f d8. At some point, I would also love to go bishop f5 and maybe exchange the bishop. Not now, because right now if you play, then there is takes, queen takes, and you lose the d4 pawn. So rook f d8 would be my consideration for Praggnanandhaa. Oh, Ilam Parthi is playing World Junior in Gandhinagar. Yes, yes, yes. Till 14th, 13th June. It's till 13th June. What happens if Fabi's rook goes to e4 over here? So rook e4, you attack this, and now I have bishop f5, no? That's trouble. It's not so easy to get rook e4. Queen g5 has been asked by Manoj. I like the suggestion because you want to attack this. Though I would like it after rook f d8 because this just keeps protected. For now, queen d4, bishop h3. And what you have done is given the central pawn, taken a side pawn, and bishop e4 defends and attacks. And when you move the rook, the a7 will be lost, right? If, where do I go? Wherever I go, queen takes a7. So first, I would say start with rook f d8, but keep in mind that these little intricacies are there, where white can get a very good position if there are one or two weak moves by black. So black having the isolated pawn, he has to be all the time finding the nice moves, you can say, not like the most accurate moves every moment, but there would be number of possibilities, but he cannot make inaccurate moves, that's for sure. So rook f d8 with the idea of queen g5 could be possible, I think. But rook f d8 also with the idea of rook d7. I really want to free the rook on 8. Hey, what about bishop e4 now? Whoa, black to play, guys, for bishop e4. What are you going to do? Where are you going to go? Video says, why is Arjun not invited to the top level tournaments? I'm sure Arjun would be invited to some top level tournaments. Sometimes what happens is based on the ratings, you get invitation. The tournaments are happening later. And right now, with being in the top 5, he would have got so many invitations. So we will see him playing a lot more elite tournaments, I think, in the next few months. It's unstoppable. Yeah, you are in top 5 and you don't get an invitation. It's impossible. During our lifetime, Naveen, I doubt, but of course, I don't have enough knowledge. Yeah, it's very interesting, but not easy. I remember once I'd asked Sagar the question, if you get a chance, like, if you get selected to go on Mars, will you go? And then he was like, yes, I will. So I was like, okay. I was a bit scared because he could go. What's the move? Wow, so many. Not so many, but still, for the tough move, so many. Parikshit, Arav, Hareen, Utarian, Hydroponics, Prakash, Ravikant, Sahaj, Arun, and Tanmoy have found a move D3. Many of you have been suggesting this move Bishop D5 over here. Bishop D5, Rook D5. It's interesting. I'm seeing white getting any advantage here because after takes King G7, we'll end up in this position where the back rank control is with the white pieces with Queen F8 threats in the air. But you have a passer. It's possible. Actually, it is also possible. The move was for bishop d instead of bishop d5, d3, a good move. Because if you take here, then there is d2. There is a fork, and if you try to save your rook, let's say rook d1, it would be a blunder because you take, and finally you lose a piece. So you can't move the rook, you'll have to maintain it as it is, and you will have to save the bishop. In which way? What if I go back to f3, then also takes. Oh my god, guys, black to play. Find a move which will make you happy. What a move! What a move! देख के मन को मजा आ गया, दिल को खुशी मिल गई. दिल है छोटा सा, छोटी सी आशा, मस्त है ये मूव, देखते हैं किसको मिलती है. Okay. The move has been found by and Parikshit, Anand, Omanch, Abhigyan, Brainless, Jasper, Shritik, Average, Shatnik, Akshay. Welcome, Shatnik, who is the problemist of ChessBiz India. He puts on some amazing studies on Chess Rang also. Check it out. Queen C3. Isn't it study like Shatnik, this one? So what a beautiful move. If you take with the rook, then there is D1 queen, and materially you are a rook up after queen takes C3. That's the whole point of it. If you, what else can you do? Because this is a big threat. This is also a big threat. You cannot save both the threats at the same time. So it's epic move, yaar. मजा आ गया देख के. Superb. Did you enjoy, guys? This move is, until now, we can call it a move of the analysis. ऐसे होता है क्या? Does it happen that when you see such a move which is out of nowhere, it gives you this intense happiness? Does that happen? Utarian says, Amrita, I suggest removing eval bar and also not giving exciting clues like that, because then people are clued into a queen sack. The funny thing is, people were also clued to this one. When I went bishop f3, many of them suggested the move bishop h3 over here. But because the f3 would be hanging, if g takes h3, you have queen g5 right now, this is hanging. So it was a very interesting suggestion with bishop h3, queen takes a7, and now if you play queen c3, the problem is it doesn't work. White to play. But I'm thinking, wasn't it working earlier? No, it cannot work earlier, of course. White to play over here. Yes, study like, absolutely study like. Uterine, I would like to remove the evaluation bar, but the problem is chat is not going to like that. Everyone will attack me. Because many people don't understand otherwise what's happening, so it's more like a clue. But if everyone is okay, I'm okay. Oh, we've got the move here by Omansh, Parikshit, Abhigyan, Avinash, Jasper, Shritik, Ayushi, Ved, Tanmay, and Utarian. Rook e8 check, that's the intermezzo as we talk about. If rook takes e8 over here, rook takes c3, and d1 is controlled. So earlier it was not possible because the bishop was doing an important task of blocking rook e8 ideas. Let's go back to the game because Pragg has made a move after h3. What he played was rook a d8. He went rook a d8 instead of rook f d8, which we were looking at. And with this move, he's also said that many of the moments when the bishop is attacking the rook on a8, that's no more happening now. So the first question comes to the mind, what happens for the move queen takes a7? And at this point, the next move is obvious. It's not a question. Rook a8, where earlier while we were looking at the similar variation when the rook was on d1, d4 was hanging, so queen d4 was a problem. But in this scenario, when you move the queen wherever you want to, rook takes a2, f2 also under some pressure, so white will have to exchange the rook, and b3 also under pressure, so this seems fine for black. So rook a d8 is a nice move by Praggnanandhaa, not caring about the a7 pawn. And I do feel it that Pragg is going to go towards such ideas as well. In fact, until both the rooks are here, he doesn't have to worry about queen a7 at all. With this idea, what comes to the mind is, what if white simply goes rook c2 and defends the pawn on a2 with the idea of queen takes a7? Then how would you continue? What would be your suggestions here? Dhananjay says, hello ma'am, I am 1100 elo player. Please give tips to improve while keeping studies in mind. Yes, studies are beautiful to solve because they improve your imagination. And while I am actually talking to Shatnik, definitely he has so many ideas that for beginners, if there is something which can be done, it would help your creativity and imagination in chess. We'll try to do that. Apart from that, you have to solve a lot of tactics, different types of tactics, all types of tactics. When you play the game, you also have to play limited number of games and then maybe try to analyze it. There are different ways. I mean, it's not a rule to play limited games for sure. It's just that sometimes before you move to the next game, maybe good to analyze. But everything has an exception, yeah. Like we know Tracy, who has played like 36,000 games. Insane. That was one way. Mite says, in my games, there is reign of blunder, but a 1% chance of a GM doing blunder. वो सब जगह रहता ही है. Life Boy says, Hikaru जैसे takes करो please. Hey, Adarsh says something very nice. Today I taught my mom to play chess. That is so cool, Adarsh. Hats off to your mom. Of course, to you also. But without her being ready to learn chess, it is not possible to teach. So, too good. Did I ask a move to any of you? Yes, I did ask some suggestions here. And the suggestions are what? Rook d7 is one. Bishop f5 is one. Rook d5. There are a few suggestions. So, rook d7, rook d5, bishop f5. All bishop f5 looks a very logical one because if you take, then you want to go d3. So, I would also very seriously consider this move. Rook d7 seems logical because you support the ace a7, going to double here. Again, I like this one. Rook d5 I particularly feel attracted to because it's like it feels like it's going to do something. कोई तो action, some plan is in execution. That feeling. So when queen takes a7 will be played, because that's the main move you have to calculate for rook d5. Are you getting enough play? Rook g5 with the threat of bishop h3. And for white, if he moves the king, okay, let's say king h2, because f2 is protected, what should black play? No hints, guys. No hints you are getting. What should black play? Yes, Shubh, there will be some things there are some things ongoing, so we'll be trying to make it work very soon. Arivu Madhi says, Great Adarsh, I'm here playing chess every day with my mom. She's one of my trainers, along with my grandpa. अरे क्या बात है, चैट में बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग है. Is there anything like, guys, there is Father's Day, Mother's Day. Is there anything like Grandmother's Day, Grandfather's Day? So that then maybe we can have something like, people can share such nice moments with their grandparents and while playing chess. And it would be nice to have one video where all the young and old people are playing. Yes, says queen g5 is a better move. Check it out, the sequence. If queen takes a7. Okay, let me check what the people have suggested without hint. The move many of you want to play is queen f4 check. So queen f4 is the move. And then bishop h3. Bishop h3 is the right move. Parikshit, Ghas, Daksh, Arav, Lakshit, Kshitij, Shritik, Saganik, Himanshu and Minakshi. But so many of you have suggested queen f4 and I'm really keen on looking at this move. It's a check. If g3, there's no sack, so nothing to worry about. If g3, the queen is attacked. Let's say you also need to keep the d4 guy defended. Like you can't go queen d5. Or can I? Because queen d4, what if bishop d5? Shouldn't I be worried about this? Not really, because this is the only threat, which is a one move threat. This is covered. So in fact, I can just attack and exchange your awesome bishop on d5. And even if I didn't have that move, I still have rook g1 and I have won the pawn. So that should be okay. So not queen f3, you will have to go back again, and that doesn't help h4 next move. So all those who mentioned here, bishop takes h3. Tap on your back, brilliant move. If g takes h3, now after queen f4 there is no g3, and after king h1 it's going to be a checkmate. You can't do that. So if king takes h3 will be played, you still need to calculate. What is the move you will play here? Black to play. Let's continue with the combination, guys. Think and Better says there is Grandparents' Day. Oh, what's the date? 8 September. Oh, then that is cool. We can actually plan something. सागर भाई बर्थडे इज ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स डे. अरे बहुत ही कंफ्यूजन हो रहा है चैट में. गाइस डिसाइड करो, जनवरी और सितंबर, जो भी रहेगा मज़ा आएगा. विल प्लान समथिंग. व्हाट्स द मूव? बिकॉज देर आर two possibilities and it can get very confusing. And there we go. Rook h5 check is such a tempting move, right? Fatak se rook h5, everyone of you wants to play. Rook h5 check, king has to go to g3 and it feels like there is going to be a mate. Queen g5 check, king is going to f3. Now the king is running. If you try to, also you don't have an immediate check, like queen f6 is the only check. What else? Or rook h4 is the move where you want to give a checkmate, queen g4. So let's say if you go rook h4, the only threat is queen g4 checkmate, queen h5 is just a check, not a mate. So for white, he will have to stop this queen check. How does he stop this? What's before you tell me how does he stop this, I want to go back and read the right move, which is queen f4. Yash, Parikshit, Tanmoy, Minakshi, Satvik, Average Chess, Ayushi, Pankaj, Arav, and Carbon. You guys actually calculated. Very proud of you. The move here to save the mate. What is the move here to save the mate? Very quickly, Parikshit has got the answer. Very good. Yes. Queen d7 and you stop the mate threat. And you don't worry about the move queen h5. There is g4. Basically, your king is going to run away. So going back here, queen f4 is the move which takes away the escape squares, threatens checkmate in one. And if you go g3 here, then once again you go queen f3 with the threat of a checkmate. And if the king goes back to h2, check, king g1, rook h1, that will be a mate. What is the defense here? So after queen f3, oh, there is still a defense. Guys, let's continue with the calculation at the final phase. The game is going slow. We are having a lot of time. So how should white defend here? White to play. To find a move, you ask a simple question. What is my opponent's threat? When you ask this, you get to know, and now you try to stop the threat. Though the move is not a real defense, but it stops the checkmate, and that's why it's the best defense for now. Yes, rook c5 found by Yash, Oman, Shritik, Shiva, Minakshi, and Santosh, Ratchika, Soham, Vinayak. Superb. All those who said queen d4, rook h5 and queen h4 is way stronger. But when you go rook c5, what you lose is after queen h5, the king is safe and it's exchanged down. So white can still keep fighting with these two pawns connected. Oof, that was a lot of analysis. Let's go back and check what happened in the game after rook a d8. Rook a d8, white played rook c5, and all our analysis comes to life, guys, because Caruana was trying to calculate so much and he wanted to stop rook d5 because of all these type of tactics which you just don't want to allow. No matter what, you don't want to be the side with the white pieces who was actually trying to put pressure on these isolated pawns, and suddenly you win the material and then you're defending against this structure over here with all the three pieces attacking your king. So rook c5, a very smart choice by Caruana, and now he's still not threatening this until rook a8 is in the air. So let's see what Pragg will play. One idea is rook d7 as we were looking at, and he also has time. Another idea is he simply improves the queen position to f4. So these would be the two choices. Instead of bishop h3, bishop d5 wins. Instead of bishop h3, kidhar? Idhar? Bishop e4. No, whenever you go bishop d5, there is bishop e4. But was it somewhere else? Because bishop h3 bhi kafi baar aaya tha. Maybe over here to doesn't make sense. So not sure exactly where you wanted to, but yeah, over here. Maybe you wanted to go bishop d5 over here with the idea of rook g2. But then whenever you have this bishop, there is a granite. Rook on c2 also helps. Rook d7. Pragg goes rook d7. 24th move. He has to make 16 moves. He has 40 minutes. Time is fine. When rook was on g5. Yes, exactly. That one we saw f3 was the problem. So going to Magnus's game, so Pragg's game going on, but we are not discarding it as a plain draw. इसमें bread is going to get toasted, थोड़ा butter लगेगा, काफ़ी कुछ है, उसके बाद चाय में dip करके खाएंगे. It's that thing. Let's go to Magnus after... Oh, look at the time Alireza has taken after c6. Almost an hour. Shocking. I can't believe it. This is like, why so much time? Because you don't need so much time, because you are not like under a, like there is a sacrifice on your king and then you are trying to figure it out, you're trying to defend something unimaginable. So this amount of time is insane. Or did Magnus offer a draw? But it is move number what, 17th, and I don't think you can offer a draw until move number 30th, which means that it is such a great news for Magnus Carlsen, who at this point of time he had 1 hour 36 minutes. Then he makes this move, comes down to 1 hour 17 minutes, and Alireza, who starts calculating at 1 hour 23 minutes, comes down to 28 minutes and helps Magnus with, so much time advantage. Time bar is happy for Magnus. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. 55 minutes. What is he worrying about? Sometimes you just don't want so many choices. I don't know. It happens with me many times in a restaurant, or, yeah, especially. But what about Nadirбек Jasper? Another youngster. Okay, so 55 minutes, and that's why, guys, please let me know when Alireza makes the move. I'm very curious, like, now after such a long thought, where is he going to take the rook? So that one is a big curiosity. Nakamura, on the other hand, after c4, has taken the knight on e4, d takes e4, bishop comes back to c3, all traffic jam over here. This pawn blocks this bishop, this pawn blocks this bishop. b5 played, threatening b4, and to remove the bishop from c3. Bishop goes to d4, attacks, pressurizes a7, a5. Black is saying I have the pawn majority on the queen side, white is having over here. White goes knight f4, and black challenges the light square bishop, the dark square bishop. Okay, that's the only problem. Is normally white would be very happy with a knight and this light against the light square bishop with such a pawn over here. But in this case, the situation is different. White has a doubled pawn here. It's not a equal majority on the queen side. So this would become a problem, because if you take with the pawn and dissolve the double pawn, at every point of time you will have to be careful about such a sacrifice, pawn sacrifice. And if you take with the queen, then e5 is going to be under huge pressure. So with this pawns moving, at some point we might even be looking at things like this on the diagonal. So bishop c5, Ding playing amazing until now. With 48 minutes on the clock, this is 21st move. They have to make 19 moves against Hikaru Nakamura. Well done, Ding. We're all rooting for you. Quickly going to firstly, let's check if he played. Yeah, Pragg has played rook d7. The move is still not played by Caruana. And Vaishali, in the meantime, after rook c1, rook h e8, rook d1, bishop goes to e5, maybe bishop d4 in the future, but there is a pin. Rook d8 played. Vaishali is going to take with the rook, but she will have to calculate bishop c5, another attack over here. This is weak. Rook on c1. A tough position for Vaishali with the black pieces. Humpy, this game is going towards a draw. Queen e4. Right now, very quickly to just warm you up, what is white's threat? If it was white to play, what is his threat? Okay, Minakshi, we will go there and check it out. Utarian says, Amruta, this phenomenon is known as choice overload. It's why women choice overload. Okay, is there really such a phenomenon? Like, is there like research papers on that? Because it would be interesting, and that is really a problem. Yes, Salik, I think with its tournament in Uzbekistan. Yes, it is a researched observation. Choice overload. I'll keep it in mind. I'll definitely keep it in mind. Array, many people know about it. Yeah, cool. The threat is Queen H7. मैं कितना टाइम इधर डाला? Able, Carbon, Average, Arunachalam, Nafiz, Samya, Gargi, Lakshit, Rasikit, and Harsh. One more checkmate. So Queen E4 on the board, but obviously it will be saved with G6. Humpy, this game, as we are maybe predicting, will end in a draw. Going back to whose game? Pragg's game. Pragg Rook D7, Caruana thinking, and Alireza is now at 24 minutes. So exact 1 hour would be done. Exact 1 hour. Look at this. No, not here. 1 hour 23 minutes 15 seconds. Another 45 seconds for exact 1 hour. Oh, he played. Sorry, he played here. He played Rook B1. After 1 hour thought, Rook decided to go to the last rank to B1. And Magnus, look at him. He is now understood that okay, this is not the amount of time white should take, no matter what. Generally, even when you have 1.5 hours on the clock, the best of the coaches would suggest you to take not more than 20 minutes, that too at a very critical situation. There are very rare scenarios where you can even think for 30 minutes. But this scenario, 30 minutes, 1 hour, is huge and just shows that Alireza is nervous, but he also has the ability to make very quick moves. But once he realizes, what have I done? 1 hour at this moment, he will try to make very quick moves. So CD4 on the board, and as Sagar was showing the move knight E6, I really like that, giving up this pawn and going after the central d4 pawn. That is something Magnus will try to play. Krishna says, I became a backer. What all the benefits do I have? Krishna, first of all, thank you very much for becoming the backer. And you should know one thing, that with all these membership amounts, the total amount, we will get some laptops for the young talents of India, young and budding talents of Indian chess. So last time 14 laptops were given to such players, which is very very helpful for their chess careers. So that is something important, all of you should know for becoming a member. Another thing is, there are some videos which will be released a little earlier, and who knows, in future there might be more. Uterin says pure time management has already lost the match for him, and that would be a little too early to say because of his elite class. But even the feeling after 1 hour is like, I shouldn't have thought this much. Sometimes it is a regret. Yeah, we know it. Like, you just don't like what you've done. For 1 hour, इतना क्यों सोचा मैंने? क्या जरूरत थी? It's like that. But that is a trap, and that he should not fall, because now 1 hour he has thought, he is not going to change that. He cannot change that. So he should recover from it. Sometimes you just get lost in some zone. So he should recover from it. And even now, the position is objectively very possible to fight. And hence, good chances that he will be able to fight. Knight b6 on the board. A8 is attacked. He's not even looking at the b7 pawn. If the rook moves, let's say where? If the rook moves to b8. Oh, what's the blunder, guys, white to play? Next time, I would sometimes off the engine for maybe a moment so that you can find a move without the bar. और फिर देखते कितने लोगों को fast मिलता है. Jasper says Northern versus Vidit in Uzbek is one game I'm looking forward to, because Vidit is my favorite player. Yes, that would be nice. They played in Prague actually in the month of February. Krishna says just came to the stream, saw Amruta and simple questions again. टफ तो होने वाला है कृष्णा, रुक ही जाओ. Aranav says, ma'am, I have to play a match with Vishy Anand. Is it possible? It is my dream. Yes, in your dream, it is possible. Yeah, of course, there will be sometimes simuls and all. You can keep a watch. Okay, what's the move? 50 people. I didn't even ask for that number, but amazing. Adarsh, Gargi, Average Chess, Nafis, Parikshit, Emerald, Brainless, Vignesh, Ravikant, and Rahul. Knight d7 is a. Which fork is this, guys? What do we call this fork? Live board is stuck. Let me just refresh it. What do we call this fork? Family fork. Yes, at least as much as I know, it is family fork. Nice. So that was easy. So knight b6. This is the threat. So for black, either he will have to go rook d8 and stop this fork, and then the knight does a good job of blocking this bishop over here. And you could think of some nice ideas there. Tough moves. Let me not say that. But otherwise, black has a choice of taking here the knight on b6. Rook takes b6. This is attacked. This is defended. This is protected. Center is with white. And Alireza can get into such a position. Rook b8 will be on the board. Black will try to get rid of the rook from b6 so that he can push the pawn on from b5. I think Alireza will manage it. Even though he has used 1 hour, I think Alireza will be able to manage it. Krishna says, congrats, you were gifted a channel membership. You received a ChessBiz India gift membership purchased by another fan. For 1 month, you will have access to all the special perks. Perfect, Krishna, that's nice. Devaji says, first 5 answers you are writing. Fir bhi nahi. Acha, we will keep a watch. Next time I'll keep the watch on the YouTube chat and then we will also check it out. Okay, going back to Pragg's game. After knight b6, Magnus is thinking here. Going back to Praggnanandhaa's game, rook d7. Even Caruana has been thinking. How long has he been thinking? 1 hour 8 minutes for Caruana. And now he's thought for 15 minutes. So let him think. We'll not disturb him. We'll go to Nakamura's game. Bishop c5 on the board. Ding playing really well. And then we will go to Vaishali and Humpy's game. Humpy's game, queen e4 is on the board. Ju Wenjun is still thinking. Vaishali's game, lots is happening. Bishop c4 was played. Oh, she took with the king. Ooh, not the best idea, but I completely get the reason. You just don't find a king very comfortable on this file. So she took with the king, but that helps lating. G bishop takes c4. Knight goes to g4 and now bishop c5. So bishop h2 played. She wins this pawn, but important pawns are lost over here and the king goes to f1. Now f7 is attacked. The bishops look very strong. The king looks very weak. You have a majority here. Vaishali is definitely in big trouble. Vaishali in big trouble. Yeah, can you check D file line where Alireza took 1 hour for calculation? I think we were looking at this already. D takes E5. No, we didn't look at it. You're right, we didn't look at it. It's a good question actually. D takes E5. Because if you take with the pawn, the rook moves and then it is okay. Now I remember. We looked at this line because the good move over here was to attack the knight. on c4. And you see, it is a double attack. The rook is attacked, the knight is attacked. The rook tries to go to b4, and when the rook defends the knight, it has only one square from where it can defend, so the pawn is pushed. So you lose a piece. That's why d takes e5 was not possible. So he played rook b1. And Magnus immediately now snatches this because d5 was the threat. So takes here. C takes d4. And now knight e6 played, knight b6. We are at this position. Do you think Magnus is going to take the knight on b6 or will he wait? Yes, Arnav. Sagar is in Mumbai. Take. Parikshit says Magnus will take. Magnus would take the knight. Because if you're able to keep the, just think of this, yeah, the more you exchange pieces, the more it goes towards simplification, the easier it becomes for Alireza with less time. With this thing in mind, will Magnus try to think he wants to keep the pieces and go rook a d8? So only because of the time situation. But if you go rook a d8, I would like to ask all of you, what is the next move you are going to consider for Alireza here? Because such a position, unclear. Okay, you make bad moves, then you are already going to be a little bit in pressure. So what is the move that comes to your mind? You have so many ideas. Firstly, you can bring your rook to e1. You can develop your queen. You can push the a pawn, d pawn, e pawn. You have tremendous options. And already the chat is suggesting a pawn move. They're suggesting either a5, either d5, either e5. I like that very much. That is being suggested. Yes. And all of them are very good moves. Like if I look at this things, d5 most of you want to play. a5 is the next best move. And really nice moves. Like a5 says that my knight on b6 is a very powerful knight. You didn't take it, so now it's sitting there is solid and my rook is also free. This move is in consideration. d5, because central pawn when you're pushing, it's like a commitment, and you know if this knight moves from here, the bishop in a way is completely open there. So d5, if you take here, white is super happy with knight takes d5, a beautiful knight in the center. Queen is attacked. Is the queen trapped or what? No, queen is not. Oh my god, wonderful. Queen is trapped, guys, because it cannot go here, here. The knight controls, the knight controls, the knight controls, the knight controls, pawn controls. Look at the dominating knights controlling everything. This one controls. So the queen cannot move. Am I right? Is that the right way to put it? That the queen is trapped. Beautiful. Yes, I wanted you guys to ask the question why not queen g6, because if you go queen g6, then as many of you have already found a move, knight e7 check, and we would still call it a queen trap because it was forced. So even the g6 square was controlled by the knight. What amazing knights! Like d5, I really love the move, by the way. Rook a d8 d5. You can't take it. The knights, the two knights have crushed the queen completely. Black is not going to take on d5 without any doubt, but with the move d5, you have given up the control of the c5 square over here, or an intermezzo that black can take your knight. You might have to calculate two moves, whether to take this piece or this piece. Rook takes b6, let's say. Then if the knight goes here, then c6 is also attacked and b7 is also attacked. So maybe now cd5 because you don't have knight d5. And if ed5, there is knight c5 which defends this. So queen d5. You try to capture with the queen so that both of them are attacked. But d5 is a nice move if rook d8. So maybe he plays rook b8 because then maybe he plays bishop takes b6 because then it makes sense to have the rook on 8 rather than on d8 if anyway you are calculating bishop takes b6. So why is Magnus thinking? Oh, Magnus plays. Yeah, Magnus takes this. See? But we understood this only after looking at a move like rook d8 where we wanted to keep more pieces on the board. As soon as we realized that we cannot really, at some point we need to get rid of the knight on b6, it is irritating. We take it away from the chessboard and rook takes b6 is what Alireza has played, and Magnus has come down to 1 hour 3 minutes now. The gap from 1 hour difference, no, the gap has moved to, I think it was 1 hour 17 minutes, no, 15 minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes low. मजा आया क्या ही क्या क्या हो रहा है guys. All of this they are calculating in their mind, such depth. So when you calculating, sometimes you feel also very happy on the board to find some variation. For them, after d5, ed5, knight d5 would already be something strategically a mistake to consider cd5. So knight pair advantage. Absolutely, Upadhyay. Oh, by the way, we have now how many subscribers? We've increased the subscriber count from 16 lakh 58,000. We have now moved to 373 subscribers. Kya baat hai? Super. Quickly, let's go to Praggnanandhaa's game, because Pragg's game, after rook d8, rook c5, he goes rook d7 and Caruana goes rook d1. Pragg calmly plays rook d8. The d4 guy is like, बेटा तू कर जो के तेरे को करना है जिंदगी में, हम सब तेरे साथ है. So everyone supporting this guy over here, and rook is wanting to attack but really can't attack. But another thing is rook can go to a5 and exert more pressure on a7. So rook a5 looks like a very nice move for Caruana. In fact, for rook a5, how am I planning to defend this? Because I don't like the move rook a8. It suddenly looks so passive and feels like, what did the last move do? Rook d8. If anyway you had to come to a8. So psychologically it doesn't connect. Rook a8. What else can black do? If you don't want to play rook a8, let's say, what should black do? Anirban says, just subscribed and you announced the numbers. Oh, that is so cool. Thank you, Anirban. Waiting move. T4 pawn is Simran right now, says Vignesh. Ja Simran, ja. जी ले अपनी जिंदगी. Good one. Bishop f5. Oops. Bishop f5. Bishop d5. Queen e7. इतने लोगों को queen e7 क्यों खेलना है? Why you want to go queen e7? Interesting. Ah, you want to defend this. Okay. You just simply want to defend that. Got it. Rook d5. Okay. So you want to give up this pawn. Okay, rook d5 is interesting. Whenever we have seen the move rook d5, this time with the double rook, another rook jumps to d5 with the similar threats in the air on the king side. I would really keep that as an important move to consider. Queen e7, where you want to defend a a7 pawn. If you go play this move, there is a move for computer he would really love to play. Now, computer sometimes takes some strategic decisions which we don't really expect it to. can you try to find what is that move which the Indian finds very strong? I I don't know if you guys can find that, and I also don't know even if you find that, how would you assess it? I find it tough. I find it a very tough move for white. I see so many candidate moves over here, like maximum, and that too slow and steady because it is a difficult question I have asked. सब कुछ थोड़ी ना easy रहेगा. Let me just show you what the chat is suggesting. Rook e1 is being suggested. Pretty decent move. Bishop b5, you want to attack the d7 rook, okay? Bishop c4, rook b1, rook d5. So many moves are suggested. I really congratulate, who is this? Santosh. Well done. Queen a3 is the move computer is suggesting. Queen a3. With the idea of exchanging these queens, the queens over here, so that what we know about the isolated pawn is, as more and more pieces get exchanged, the isolated pawn becomes weaker. So once the queens are exchanged, this king is also going to come to attack the d4 guy. Another force in the air. The rook can stay on a4, keeping pressure on both these points. So with all this in consideration, queen a3 would be an interesting move, which as I mentioned, it's a little difficult. By the way, queen e7 is on the board. Pragg did go queen e7, where we were talking about an idea of rook d5 very much in consideration. Queen e7 has been chosen. So many of you suggested the move rook e1, which seemed natural because you want to go bishop c4, which was a pretty decent move with a decent idea. Do you have to anyway worry about that move bishop c4? Because the bishop for now is acting as a blockader for the d pawn. As soon as you go bishop c4, black is like happy. Simran is happy. As we can say, going to d3, d2 with these pieces not on the back rank, it's gonna be a big trouble. So queen e7 on the board. The queen says you can't just move the bishop so easily. Bishop b5 is different even if you have attacked the rook over here. This time without a rook on the c file, this rook can control the c file and can definitely try d3 ideas. Yeah. Ooh, nice tactic. I want to make a waiting move. Let me just try to get to this position. Yeah. Let's say if it is white to play. No. Wait a second. King g7. How do I get there? King h2. I do nothing. I'm not able to get there for some reason. The idea was that after d3, if bishop d3, then there is a pin here for the rook. That's the idea. But if rook d3, bishop d3, then there is a threat of rook c1 check, king on h2, queen d6 check, and queen takes d3. Did you guys understand it? I believe so. You guys are very strong players. Look at what Caruana has played. He finds the move queen a3, the move which we were talking about. It's not like winning or anything, but it is a move, it is a very good exchange. It goes with the principles of isolated pawn. And Caruana makes it pretty instantly for that matter. He had 48 minutes on the clock. He thought for 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes, and he decides to challenge this queen, saying that I want to get rid of this so that I also in some way get rid of some pressure on the king side pawns. And once the queens are exchanged, kings are exchanged, then you bring your king and you start putting pressure. Okay, so queen a3 on the board. Maybe Pragg is going to say, I don't really care. Let me also make my king ready to come to the end game. So maybe king g7 on the board. Draw. Kiska draw? Nahi, Caruana is going to put some pressure. What if queen g5 now? हाँ, हो सकता है ऐसा. Chess is a game of 64 squares. Sometimes we forget one file and then it becomes 64 minus 8. Chess becomes game of 56 squares. Sometimes we forget few squares, then it becomes 60 squares. हो जाता है ऐसे, especially when you're focused on one thing, one side. But I'm keen to go to Alireza's game because Alireza, who had used huge amount of time after rook b6, Magnus goes rook a7, defends this, prepares for the other rook to come to a8. Bharat aa rahi hai idhar. And then a4 is going to be under pressure. Both, all the pieces of Magnus, just look at them. They all are attackers here. The queen, the knight, and the final piece is going to come and become an attacker. Whereas for knight, the knight defends, the queen defends, the queen defends here, and only one piece is currently the attacker, which means that for black, there is this slight pressure he's putting on black. Though the bar doesn't understand, it is there. It exists. Rook a7 on the board. And Nakamura. Ooh, lot of moves. What happened? The advantages fizzled out. Bishop c5, bishop c5. No, there was not an advantage, but some pressure again. Queen d1, rook c1. Now e5 is hanging. H4 played. Rook c5. a4. Nice move, breaking the structure by Nakamura. Bishop goes to c6 and he goes rook d6, attacking this guy. You don't have bishop d7, and if you move the bishop ab5, and then for rook b5, c4 would be hanging. So it's important to defend away. You can't go rook e6, knight is there. So rook c5 is there and rook c8 is there. I like rook c5 more because it also defends the c4 square and just feels safe. Good point is the knight cannot attack the rook. The pawn is taking away some key squares from the knight. And h4 was an important move, not just from the back rank perspective, but in the future when g5 would be kicked, then the knight would be kicked away. For that reason, the pawn is there on h4, which is helpful. So rook d6 on the board, 36 minutes for Hikaru. Ding is having 37 minutes. Praggnanandhaa over here gone queen a3. Praggnanandhaa thinking for queen a3. He's down to 28 minutes and he has to make 13 moves. Time wise looks okay for now. But again, as we saw Alireza thinking so long for one move, Pragg has to take care of that. And for Magnus, Alireza is also thinking. Let's quickly go to Vaishali's game. Because we have to see if at all there is a possibility for her to make a comeback in any way. Rook e5, rook d1, check, king goes to c8 now, and another pawn here lost. So white has now 4 pawns, black has 3 pawns. Bishop comes back to f4, the knight jumps to d5, blocks this bishop, whatever counterplay. You don't have time for rook h1, rook h2, all the pressure. So this bishop is attacked. Okay, this seems like a big trouble. Big trouble for Vaishali against late Tingjie with the black pieces in the classical game. Ju Wenjun Humpy is heading slowly towards equality, but bishop c4, there is a pin and takes. Is black losing a pawn or can he go rook e8? Oh, black is losing a pawn, right? Because of rook e8, bishop takes e6, queen takes e6. Guys, let me ask you a quick question over here. Can white take queen takes a7? A quick question to all of you. Can white take queen takes a7? Chirag, Gargi, Anshu, Parikshit, Prakash, Nafiz, Itachi, Vignesh. They all said no. Very good. Timeless trek. You have made a blunder, which is okay. Queen takes a7 is a big blunder. The back rank. Queen takes e1, rook takes e1, and rook takes e1 would be a mate. So not possible. Nice. सब लोग अलर्ट है, एकदम रेड अलर्ट हो जाते हैं. So bishop c4 has been played by Humpy. Okay, let's go to other games. Okay, let's go to other games and going to Magnus game. Oh, d5 has been played. After rook a7, Alireza does go d5. And Magnus this time takes the pawn on d5. C takes d5. Uh, Alireza doesn't have a knight, so nothing to worry about this. He takes queen d5. It is a natural principle that when you have a outpost like on the semi-open file, you have a pawn protecting that square. Generally, we try to capture it back with a piece. So that's the instinctive thing where you want to play queen takes d5. If given a choice between e d5 and queen d5, you're going to play queen d5 because you will be putting pressure on the d6 pawn as well, and you have a nice pawn here on e4. So sometimes you do break the rules, but as a general principle, that is how it is. So queen d5 played and Magnus takes the pawn on a4. So can you take rook takes, by the way, rook can take b7 and d6 both the pawns, but can you take rook takes b7, which is a outside passer, and can black go knight c5, attacking here, attacking here. What is a good move here? Black can play this, but just to ask you, what is a good move over here? Yes, Parikshit, Anand Kumar, Prakash, not everybody, but the top three answers as I read. E5 is a nice deflection because if you take, you lose this knight. Otherwise, I've saved my pawn, I've attacked your queen, I've attacked your pawn. So, black has also a good move to pin this, not to allow e takes d6, and to keep this defended. And now, if you take the pawn with the queen, the problem is knight takes b7 and you lose material. So, yeah, queen b7 has been played. Rook takes a4. Queen takes b7, not rook takes b7. This time again, if knight c5, still the move e5 is in the air because knight b7, you have e takes f6 anyway. So this game is going towards a draw slowly and steadily, which means all the time which Alireza has thought and put in energy, somewhere it will also reflect in the Armageddon game. It's not like it is done and ye to draw ho gaya, ye to bach gaya. Yes, all fine. But in the Armageddon, he will be in the must-win situation against Magnus Carlsen, and Alireza would love such a situation. So it's going to be fun, a lot of fun. Rook queen takes b7 on the board. Quickly, let's go to Praggnanandhaa's game because after queen a3 has been taken. White takes rook takes a3. Pragg goes king g7 and Caruana goes f3, wanting to bring his king not on e3 but king f2. So he creates this square over here. One question to all of you in the chat. The question is, will you go a move like bishop f5, or will you assess it as bad because it creates doubled pawns? What will you do? Yes, says Gargi. Sanyam says bad. Morning Star bad. Yash bad. Yes, yes, bad, bad. Actually, 50-50. If I have to give percentage, exactly 50% for yes. Hey, how about where we have moves, we also have yes and no? That would be epic. Like you can type yes and you can type no. I would definitely suggest that to Keith, who has developed this a beautiful thing because of all of you. I'm sure you were able to improve your calculation, right? Those who were very, very regular on this. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, bishop f5 in a normal sense, it's always going to be a decision. It's not a general thing where double pawns are bad. Yeah. Now, in the recent times, so many times we're seeing that the rule is not applicable. It all depends on the situation, not every time. But double pawns on open file and double pawns not being on open file makes a lot of difference. So bishop f5 is a good move actually, where you are happy to exchange the bishops. Bishop takes f5, g takes f5. If king f2, your king is also pretty close to the pawns. This pawn is moving to d3. So this move, the answer is yes. You can consider the move bishop f5. It is not at all a bad move. So f3 has been played and Pragg is playing. Another natural move which comes to the mind is going king, like you want to take your king to f6. Okay. But if I ask you what are your thoughts about the pawn structure, one idea which feels like that if black has the pawns on the dark squares, let's say pawn on h4 and g5, that would be nice controlling these three pawns. That would be something very much in consideration. With that idea, with that whole understanding, the move which black would like to consider is h5. Why? Because he wants to clamp those pawns here with the move h4, later g5 if needed, but he'll also bring the king here, take some space on the queen side. So I think Pragg has a nice move here which is h5, and who knows, he might play that. Yes, mornings are three pawn islands. Is it the only move to equalize? Not at all. But look at this. Pragg makes that move. Bishop f5. It's not at all the only move. h5 was a nice move, which will also be there in the future as well. When you have such a pawn structure, you try to understand that what you want in return. You uh, try that your one pawn controls other two pawns. You know, it's just very natural. But bishop f5, I like the move, and not enough. It's not going to be enough for Caruana, who has 42 minutes, 11 moves to be made. And this is going to Armageddon, which is a great thing because Pragg will need only a draw. Let's check Magnus's game. Okay. Magnus down to 52 minutes. Queen b7 has played. It is Magnus to play. Imagine you are Magnus. You're playing against Alireza. Would you be going for a draw? Like, would you offer a draw to your opponent here? Or would you make a move? And if you make a move, what would be the move you will play? So we will see if Magnus makes your move. No draw. No. Must. Don't ask for a draw. It's good to play, good to play. What has been suggested? Okay, cool. Lot of ideas are being suggested here. One is rook a3, one is knight d8 attacking the queen. Then there is knight c5 attacking the queen. Rook f e8 bringing the rook on the file to put pressure on e4. Nice. I just don't like knight d8, looks passive when it is not necessary, but Magnus makes the next move knight d4. But most of you wanted to play the move rook a3. Maybe because you had somewhere in mind takes, knight f4, queen g5 check, some threats on the king, and that's where rook a3 would be nice to keep this idea in hand. Magnus goes knight d4 and says, I want to exchange the knights. Remember one thing about Magnus. When it comes to queen endgames, Magnus is the king. When it comes to queen endgames, Magnus is the king, and his rating would be around 3100 over there. So rook d4, e4 under pressure. Okay, this is just a draw. I mean, I would be shocked if Magnus manages something. Like Magnus manages to win the e4 pawn and then he keeps playing and this becomes the passer. Could be so crazy. So crazy. But 10 minutes. Oh, look at Ali's time. 10 minutes on the clock and 15 moves to be made. So that is one part which we cannot really deny. That will put pressure. Okay, so let's go to other games. Pragg's game, bishop f5 on the board. Pragg's game moving slow and steady, more and more towards equality. Nakamura versus Ding. Ding is trying. It's interesting position. They played a few moves. After rook d6, rook c8 was played. A b5, bishop b5. Knight went to e2, rerouting, taking to the dark squares. King goes to f8. King is a piece in the endgame. A5 is attacked. Pawn is pushed to a4. Knight comes to c3. Bishop is attacked. a4 is attacked. One of the pawn you might lose, but major pieces towards the end looks okay. Pawn structure wise, it favors slightly for black because of the space, but eventually I think it will settle in a draw. So all three games as of now are moving towards a draw in the men's section. In the women's section, Vaishali is in trouble. Oh, Vaishali lost. It was a very difficult game for her. So Vaishali loses. Yeah, just like late Tingjie really did not give any chance. It's now really difficult to beat Vaishali like this. She's so strong and she recovers, she fights back. So for late Tingjie, it is an important result. And Humpy, this is the position, and it's yeah, rook endgame. She's a pawn up, so maybe Humpy tries, but the rook is on 7th rank, very active. So this game is also going to should end in a draw, but who knows? Being a pawn up, if there is any error by Ju Wenjun, she's a world champion. It's not going to be so easy for her to make an error. Going to go into a Armageddon. Maybe as of now, we are guessing 4 games to go into an Armageddon. Let's quickly go to Praggnanandhaa's game. Bishop f5 has put Caruana in some thought. It started at 43 minutes. It's been 7 minutes and he's thinking. And Magnus, in the meantime, knight d4, rook d4 on the board. Alireza down to 8 minutes. He has to make 15 moves. Mayur says Vaishali now needs consistency of wins like the last 5 rounds of candidates. That is true. That is true. But that is something about her. Like Vaishali's style of play is very cool and interesting and aggressive and very active. So anything can happen in her games. Plus, her opening preparation in candidates has reached a different level, which we have also seen here some of the games. So I'm guessing Vaishali really. Vaishali is not gonna just give up so soon. F3, people are suggesting F3 over here, keeping this defended. With F3, you have a clear base of this pawn chain, which is G2. Shall we go and put more pressure on that pawn chain with rook on 7th rank? So with rook d2, with the threat of queen g5. And this rook would really love to be on the 7th rank. But the queen is stopping it from coming to any of the open files. This pawn is stopping the rook from coming on the 7th rank, and this pawn is also stopping. So to think of another rook on the 7th rank for now is not possible. Why f3? It is already protected. No, people were suggesting so f3 is a possibility. Rook b3 is played by Alireza with 6 minutes on the clock. And Magnus has to think in not just the best moves terms, but also what moves in time pressure can put maximum pressure on Alireza. If he has to think that way, first is like rook d2 is very possible to start thinking. Rook on 7th rank. We like it. It's like a forever nice move. Another one is to go rook e8, bringing your other rook and attacking e4, where you are asking how do you defend it. And that's why Alireza brought his rook to b3, saying that I am going to come to e3, defend this, so that I don't have to weaken the what to say this rank even further by pushing this pawn, and then I don't have to bring another rook and weaken the file with some tactical ideas in the future for back rank. So that is why Alireza had gone rook b3, and I like that move very much because he is prepared against rook e8, rook e3. Yeah, rook e3. So Magnus thinking with 49 minutes on the clock, and Caruana actually made his move after bishop f5. He goes rook a4. He says, no, I don't really want to double your pawns over here. So rook a4 takes on d3. Rook takes d3, and very calmly king f6 played by Praggnanandhaa. He has h5 on his hand anyway. So king f6 played. If king f2 here, if I go king e5, maybe you give a check, yeah? Because if I then go king f4, can I ask a move here? 1 second. Let me quickly ask a move. Guys, with the arrows, let's see how many of you are able to find. And in blindfold. King e5. Rook a5 check. King f4. White to play. Speed thoda kam hai. Like if I would go to the position and I ask slight reduction in the speed, but nevertheless, so many of you are finding. उसके लिए a big applause to all of you. You've got 25 people finding checkmate in one move. So all those people who are unable to visualize, let's also reach this position and take the number to 50. 30 people have found the answer. Let's make it 50. White to play checkmate in one move. Reaching 40, Sanjeevan, Abir, Parikshit, Vignesh, Swan, Fire, Shivam, Santosh, Nimish, Agam. All of you are, very good in visualizing. So well done. 42 answers we have got here. Not 50, but never mind. Never mind. It will reach there. Going back to the position, king f6 is the position. 18 minutes for Praggnanandhaa, 9 moves to be made. So, a lot of time, nothing to worry. एसेंसिस लेवल इतना भी नहीं गिरा हुआ है अमृता जी. डिफिकल्ट पूछो, बहुत सारे टाइप के हो रहे हैं कॉर्नर जी. लॉट्स ऑफ क्वेश्चंस आर हैपनिंग, डिफिकल्ट, इजी, सब टाइप. आप रुको तो सही तो पता चल जाएगा. Nakamura and Ding Liren have entered a rook endgame where Nakamura actually has an extra pawn, but he'll keep on playing, but in fact Ding might have to a little bit defend, but this one is a draw. Magnus versus Alireza over here after rook e8 was played. Rook goes to e3, queen g6. More pressure. 3 guys are attacking, 2 guys are defending. He needs more support. Rook fe1. There could be a pin, be careful. d5 played by Magnus. e5. Because if you take the pawn over here, e takes d5. क्या हो रहा है? कुछ भी तो नहीं हो रहा है. Rook e3. Even if you take rook e3, oops, I was just looking at queen b1 mate, which is controlled, but obviously rook d1 mate, so you can't take that. And if f takes c3, then rook d2 makes sense for the queen to be here to attack the g2 guy and to defend this. Maybe only either you go d6 and give up the pawn with rook d6 so that the queen protects. If not d6, then other idea is to go queen b8 check and then queen g3, which will land up in rook endgame. Anyway, you would lose the pawn on d5. So that's why d5 has been played by Magnus. e5, queen goes to e6, and now h3. The back rank is defended finally by Alireza. He says, "Bhai, time बहुत कम है, risk नहीं लेना है." So h3 on the board. And Magnus is saying that now I have managed to create a passer. One pawn island for white, two pawn islands for black. But this passer, if Magnus creates pressure, in time pressure for Firouzja, is going to be very irritating. Can he do that? I'm not 100% sure if he can do that, but if anybody can do it, it's only Magnus. That's for sure. What is this time difference? This time difference is because Alireza at one point for one move thought for 1 hour. Started with equal time for both of them, but that is the reason this time difference. 30th move made and 10 moves to be made in 5 minutes. Important to note, no increment every move. If the flag falls before 40th move, you're lost. No 10 seconds increment. Alireza making sure he goes rook d3, attacks the d pawn. Can you protect? Can you play d4? Yes, you can. Quick look at Pragg's game. After king f6, Caruana still thinking. He's thought for 7 minutes. Your earlier move also 7-8 minutes. So he's taking a lot of time. And we'll quickly now go back to Magnus's game with rook d3. Simran number 2 found in Magnus's game, says Vignesh. Hare, that's so cool because D pawn in Praggnanandhaa's game here, and look at the similarity. D pawn in Magnus's game, which is going to try and become a passer. Only thing is it's not so easy, but still nice similarity. And if the queens get exchanged, everybody, actually the game for everyone ends in a draw with rook endgame. All games going into a rook endgame. Queen b5 is a question by Dynamic Gaming, but he goes rook d3 here to attack this. Was your question over here queen b5? There is no threat, this is protected. This is also not attacked, but maybe you want to go queen b5 now. What, I don't know what sense it makes because already you are attacking d5 and you've asked Magnus a question, how do you defend this? As I was looking at d4, but will it be lost? d4, let's say rook d1, you take the pawn on e5 and queen d7 because you don't have rook d8, and this is triple attack, you can't really save it. So once d4 is lost, it's a draw. That's why I was low. So maybe Magnus doesn't play d4 because he doesn't want to dissolve the pawn so early. He'll go rook d8 and defend the d5 pawn. That's what he might play. No, he goes rook e4. We didn't consider the move. Rook e4. See guys, how he's trying to put pressure. Slow and steady. Because can you go rook d1? No. Oh, Magnus actually said rook e4 and draw. A draw. So there is no pressure. कोई pressure ही नहीं था. If you take here, then take. And if queen takes e4, queen takes e5. This was the draw. So Alireza versus Magnus goes to Armageddon. Alireza in a must-win situation. Magnus is going to have a lot of fun for such a situation. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. Quickly, let's go to Pragg's game. Who is... he did play h4. The pawn was on h3, so it moved to h4, which is a good news what Caruana has found, because constantly while we were looking at this structure over here where black would have loved to clamp the pawns with his own pawn on h4. Caruana says, yes, I understand that, and I really want my pawns to be on the dark square. So he goes h4. He might even want to go g4 actually with g5. Who knows? So for h4, Pragg's natural answer would be to go h5. This time he could think of king e5. Yeah, he goes h5 because even after king e5 there is a check. When the king goes to f4, white can still go to f2. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. So h5 is a nice move. I like h5 and he can keep his pieces here slow and steady. White has the majority on the queen side, 2 versus 1. And for white, one piece is tied down for being a blockader. He might love to have the king as a blockader so that the rooks are free and are able to attack. But as soon as the rook moves, this pawn can be pushed to the third rank. So it's, to regroup everything, not easy. Is Caruana also going to offer a draw because they just finished 30 moves? Like this is the 32nd move. And for Magnus, what was the move number? 31st. Oh, that was 31st move number. So after 31st move, a draw happened. And for Pragg, after 30 moves, even if this draw happens, then another 15 minutes we'll have to wait for the next game to start. Over here, Nakamura is trying. Look at this. He has the rook on the 7th rank, which means there is one plan which Nakamura has. What's the plan here? Yes, Tarun. Arjun Erikasi is the top player. Hello, Dhruv. What's up? Wanted to ask where is Nihal currently? I think isn't he playing the league tournament? That's what I thought. Rook 8 in Pragg's game. Okay, Dynamic. We will go and check that out. Here, yes. All those who are saying e5 and e6 is the plan. Basically, this is the plan. This is the base of the pawn chain on f7 and you want to attack it with the with e5 e6. Now how to make it work is not going to be easy. Even if the king reaches here, but you don't have that much time. This is a draw, but this is definitely a position where white can put pressure on black. Like it's not a plain simple draw. So going to Pragg's game. Pragg's game, what was the question? Dynamic. Rook a8. He'd gone h5. I really like the move. After that, if you want to go rook a8, you want to give this pawn. I am not sure. I wouldn't like that. Do you want to say rook a6 check? Maybe is this what you want to say? If king e5, this check. And if king f4, like we were looking at this mate, which is not possible now. But little bit of preparation and forced mate. You can't do anything about it. So king f4 would not be a possibility. So if rook a5 check, you will have to go back. Rook c4. He plays rook c4 now. I don't think you have to move the rooks. They're nicely defending this pawn. Udhar hi rakh do aaram se. Now that the rook is moved, do you want to push the a pawn? You'll give a check and go back. Let's say you go a5, a check. If you go king e5, then check. Attacks this. So you might have to go rook d5 here, which is fine. You also have rook d6 here, maybe. Rook d6. There is slight issue. White to play. Very slight. Nandini says, loved following all Norway chess matches from this channel. Arey Nandini, thank you. Yes, exactly. It's a pin, which means that rook d4 is a move which we have to consider. Rook takes c6, rook takes d8. And yeah, I mean, white would unnecessarily get one pawn extra. So just to be careful about that. What Caruana plays is king f2. King f2 on the board. And now what Pragg can do is to go rook d5. Fifth rank, cover it up, then go king e5. Slow and steady. Not sure why they're playing because this one looks like a dead draw to me. But am I missing something? We will see. And Caruana also, want to maybe tire Praggnanandhaa, or he really thinks that if anybody, then it's him who can try. So making sure that Pragg uses all his energy. Tarun says if you have a chance to play one player for lifetime between Pragg, Gukesh, Arjun. Actually, I played with Pragg. I played with Gukesh. Those very less time games. I have this much time. They have very less time. Those kind of. I've not played with Arjun though. So then I'll play with Arjun. Gargi asks, what's my favorite dish? My favorite dish was pav bhaji. Whenever I used to travel to tournaments, morning and night, many days, I could eat only one dish. But now it depends on the situation. Humpy game. Oh, Humpy game was going towards a draw. Rook d5 on the board. As expected, I like this move. Very safe. Let's go to Humpy. She is a pawn up, but the position has reached rook d4. She has a passive rook. Black has an active rook. That is the compensation for the extra pawn. When the pawns will start pushing, like she just won't have enough time to bring the rook here. Let's say if she goes rook c1, rook takes a4, rook c6, or maybe a good idea would be to add an intermezzo, rook c7 check, because if the king goes to e6, now rook c6 check, king becomes a little bit active instead of f7 on f5. Not sure if rook c7 was a nice intermezzo or not. But after rook takes b6 over here, you have this passer, she has this passer. And I don't like this situation where you can first maybe improve on the situation a little bit more. So rook d4, maybe g3 could be a good idea to start with. h3. Yeah, h3 also, but then, or maybe can you go king e2? King e2, if I go king f6, let's say. Now king f3, king f5, h3, g4 you could have won. But for h3 as h5, stopping g4. Rook is beautifully placed. I mean, this rook is just completely enough for that one pawn compensation. It's not the value of this rook, which normally would be 5 points. Here it is already 6 points. That's how you measure the compensation. So rook d4. Magnus game. Okay, let's move to Magnus game quickly. Magnus game has been draw. What? I forgot. Nakamura. Nakamura is trying. He's gone to e4. King e4 here. Check. He's gonna keep giving checks from side. Ding Liren. And Praggnanandhaa after rook d5. Caruana is thinking. And oh, subscriber count has been stuck. We have 16,58,000. We have crossed 500 subscribers. Ooh, kya baat hai? Awesome. That's cool. 530. About to settle now. 16,58,545. Okay, now I can see the number. Simone says hello from Italy. Nice. In Italy, we were at this place, Trieste. Beautiful place. Lots of ancient things over there. Very different. We would have never gone there otherwise, but because of the tournament, we got to visit the place and we loved it. It was a nice tournament there. Magnus game has been a draw. They will be going to Armageddon. Maybe I will just check once. What's Sagar up to? In fact, how long for Magnus's game to begin? Guys, do you guys remember? I'll also check and give me a moment. In Pragg's game, Rook d5, Rook d2 has been played. So first question is, should Pragg go d3 or not? That is one question for all of you to think. Okay, guys, I am back here, and yes, in Armageddon, Sagar would be joining us. मजा आएगा बहुत सारा. क्या खेला? Rook d2? No. किसी ने I had asked about d3. No. He said that said yes. So he could have gone d3, right? But for d3, if king e3, you have a check. You're not losing the pawn, right? If king e3, next idea is rook c3. But whenever you go rook c3, there is also a check. So d3 was possible. He just chose not to play it. He went king f5, just safer. And now rook e2 played by Caruana, who says like, I'm not even worrying about d3. Maybe right now he could go d3, and or he could just do nothing also. King f6, king f5. But I think he will go d3. Zeus says USA is beating Pakistan. Yeah, when the stream started, we were discussing about it. So, rook e5. You want to exchange the rooks, Vignesh. The problem is takes is. Are you not losing this? Check not here, as we know that, but not even here. Rook d5 is working. King pawn endgame, you can go rook d5. Obviously not. Takes. Yeah, this one is lost because now you definitely feel the heat of this number of pawn islands with king e2, king jumping to d3. You cannot really stop it. Beautiful pawns stopping king coming from e4 or c4. So that's not happening. And not rook d5. So this would be a little unnecessary. In fact, the only move for the king, where will you take your king? All those who like tough questions, maybe this is the moment to answer a tough question. Black to play. Where will you go? I'm no one says Amruta ma'am, love your analysis. एक बार डॉन, अच्छा डॉन अमृत, मुझे लगा डॉन को बुला लीजिए. Rishikesh says, where is Sagar? Whenever I join CBI, he's not there. Mostly, you must be joining it late at night. Sagar starts his day very early. 6:30 and all. His day starts sometimes earlier, some rare times even later maybe, but that generally he doesn't like to sleep much. I love sleeping. Pranay keeps asking deep questions. Rakshit, क्या बात है? Guys, we are very close to 10 million subscribers. Please help us reach the goal. रक्षित ये कब से चालू किया है ये लाइन? We are very close to 10 million. Giving some amazing hopes there. Here, guys, I want to show you in the chat chess moves. King f4 has been suggested by 12 people. Matlab, since last, I don't know, half an hour or 1 hour, we have been analyzing that don't think of this move king f4 ever. या फिर maybe they are just fooling around because it's a blunder. And we know that very well. G3 checkmate. So funny. But 6 people have found it. Morningstar, Kaustubh, Vishnu, Shreve, Chaitanya and Harsh. Well done. King goes to d6. And king d6 is for me a little tough move. You know, we'll start with king f6, king e6. These look more natural to you. But king d6 is tough. First of all, what is the problem with king f6 is to be understood. If you take the pawn here, this is the compensation. If d3, you want to block the pawn. So king e1, d2 check, king d1. And this pawn is stopped. You cannot move the rook. You lose this. And these guys are just going to be pushed. Start pushing. Or maybe not even needed. Just go to c2 and pick up the pawn here. That is another possibility. Why even c2? Rook c5, rook c2. So what difference is happening when you go a move like king d6? Why is rook a5 not such a huge problem? Though you would not enter into such a position on the first choice when you have so many other possibilities. But to understand why is this okay? It's, with king f6, I think you couldn't move the rook. There was rook d5 and attacking the d pawn. So one thing which the king does is the control of d5 square. Oh, Magnus versus Alireza has begun. We are gonna go there. Let's look at the game and let me quickly just one last time call him because he had asked me to call him. And guys, Sagar Shah is joining us very, very soon. Dawn is coming. Dawn is coming. Yes, totally. So anyway, we'll analyze this later. Right now, the most interesting game would be Magnus versus Firouzja versus Magnus Carlsen. E4, E5. I think Alireza will defeat Magnus. His dynamic gaming. Oh, never so easy. But Alireza is in must-win situation. That does give extra motivation. Bishop g5. There is a pin here with h6 g5 ideas. We know some sacrifices to be careful about. Bishop h4, d6 on the board. Firouzja goes c3, a6 here. Knight bd2, bishop a7. They're playing standard lines. Queen e7, b4, bishop e6, and Magnus and Firouzja goes a4. Short castle, bishop d5, g5, guys. What is the next move Alireza plays? What is the next move? Very quickly. डिंडोरा पीट दो डॉन शाह की आमंत्रित करो. Yes. हो गया. Bishop g5 or knight g5? Yes, knight g5, g5, bishop g5. A sacrifice on the board. Knight takes g5, h5, bishop g5. And all of you... Oh no, knight g5. Oh, Magnus did not take h takes g5. Look at what Magnus plays. Magnus takes the bishop on d5. Knight takes d5. And it's the ulta pin actually. Knight takes e6. क्या चल रहा है? Sagar, we need you. Come soon. What is happening? Knight e6. This is hanging. This is hanging. This is hanging. Queen takes h4 on the board. सब preparation है क्या? Alireza has 9 minutes 21 seconds. Magnus has 6 minutes. E takes d5. So, एक second, very quickly to understand. First of all, if you play e takes d5, then there is hg5. This is attack. And if you take this piece, then you take gh4. And if takes, then rook f7. So, in the whole thing, black is a piece up. That's why this was not working. So, Alireza played knight e6. Now, if queen takes h4 is played, then there is e takes d5. And if f takes e6, then white is still a piece up, white is still a piece down. If d takes c6, bishop f2, thoda craziness chalega. Crazy chal raha hai. So I just want to show you from this moment. Bishop d5, g5, knight g5, knight d5. Have you seen this?
Yeah, that's very common idea.
Acha, I have not seen this.
No, I mean, in
So
general.
me it is not common. e5 takes ho gaya hai. Queen h3, dc6, bc6, queen e2 played.
So
Rook
he's
f5.
actually going to put a lot of pressure on the f2 point.
Or
And
rook h5
also-
and queen h2 mate.
Yeah, this looking very good for white.
How white
For black,
actually?
sorry, for black.
But the engine says it's good for white. I'm surprised because I really like for Magnus. King h1, rook f8.
And what about rook h5 here? If now rook h5.
Knight f3.
Yeah.
That's why he played king h1.
f4. Defending this way. And just making sure that the so rook a f8, he goes f3, rook g5. He's planning to take here, and now you can see how the attack has been pushed back. Now knight e4 maybe. Just bring the knight to the center. Ooh, plays rook a d1. Alireza is so good, yes.
Alireza in the classical games, Sagar, at one move he thought for 1 hour. 1 hour, and he did not have to do that. But after that, it was like still he managed very easily. h5. Computer doesn't like black's move, but h4 looks so powerful.
Actually, white can think about h4, then knight e4 and knight g5. That's not a completely silly thing, but
So can black take the control of the center with d5? What I don't like is that these are double pawns and these also are double pawns. So it's going to take a long while to get all the pawns together, get going.
yeah, it's actually this structure is quite rigid. I mean, once you play d5, e5 becomes weak, and otherwise you just have to keep it. It's like a Z formation here.
Knight b3. What is he doing that
He's
side?
actually going here, and he says that to h4, I think I'll go g4. So maybe white is just happy with this position here on the king side and trying to go after this c6 pawn.
But you know what I really find interesting for black? h4, bishop e3, bishop f4.
Yeah, but
you're
mean,
going g4.
yeah.
Don't play h4. But then what is the bishop doing on f4? What plan, guys? Any plans, suggestions? Any suggestions for black here? Also with d5, I am giving up the c5 square. I don't like that. Can I go c5?
But then
No, but then
d5.
take and c4.
Yeah, you can also take.
And c4. Bad bishop.
So Alireza has 6 minutes 19 seconds. Magnus is down to 3 minutes 38 seconds.
Alireza in must-win situation. Is he really going to manage beating Magnus?
I think he's beaten almost everyone in the Armageddon. He beat Hikaru.
And he actually
beat
crushed,
Pragg.
right? Many of them.
Yeah, he beat everyone almost. So also Caruana. So I think when it comes to Armageddons, Alireza is the best out there. H4 played, and I'm expecting now
Yeah,
him to
G4.
push G4. He does it. Queen H7. Maybe H3 is coming up for Alireza, whether to push the pawn to H3 or not.
But you need a break, right? Like pawn break. Like for an actor, he needs a break. Similar over here.
I think knight will go here and try to attack. You don't need a break as such for white.
Maybe Magnus, does he want to just simply defend queen d with queen d7 for knight a5? Will you try to hoard that c6 pawn? Or will you say, okay, it doesn't matter, ले लो, जो चाहिए कर लो?
I also have c5 now. That's what I was thinking. So like h3, queen g3 maybe?
But c5?
Yeah.
Bishop e3 maybe. No, not c5. I'll go bishop e3. c5 is a good move? I'm surprised.
It's possible. He plays queen e2. You can see how Alireza is very tricky. You know, he has this move in his hand but doesn't play it. He stops bishop e3 ideas.
And he also threatens maybe d4 at some point where e6 and a6 both look very weak.
Yeah, definitely.
h3 played. h3.
h3, d4. Oh, he's played your move. d4 is on the board.
Already he played.
If you take, queen e6 is definitely something that to...
Oops. No, he won't take, but how do you defend that a6 pawn? Because after a6, even the a7 bishop is getting attacked.
Yeah.
c6 is getting
Big
attacked.
problems for Magnus actually here.
2 minutes 31 seconds in time. Alireza has managed this 3-minute difference. Crazy. Guru says you will get more viewers only after Pakistan versus USA is over. चलता है, कोई टेंशन नहीं. Let's enjoy. अपने को मजा आ रहा है ना, बस और क्या ही चाहिए.
Yeah. Pakistan versus USA will only get more viewers after Pragg versus Caruana is over. E takes d4 played. And he takes back cd.
Why did he not take with check?
I'm not sure. Takes king h8 maybe. He was like, this position seems fine for black. So he took e5. The rook is defending here. There's also an intermezzo check somewhere to take on c6.
But Magnus has to be constantly alert about so many pawns being hanging. You know, it's like you're crossing with three kids on the road, and then one kid is running and then the other, and then you're like, "Arey, kis pe dhyan do karke."
Correct. But I think his main move e5 was to ensure that his bishop doesn't get trapped after queen takes a6. So Alireza goes knight a5, but I was wondering if queen takes pawn makes any sense here. But Amruta, then the queen would have entered here and threatened a mate.
Nice.
Which could have become very nasty. So that's the reason why knight a5 is played. Bishop takes pawn. Knight c6 attacking the bishop. And the bishop now does not have too many good squares to go to because bishop b6 has a5. And otherwise all the squares are taken up here. So queen comes to f7.
And a nice threat, queen d5 and rook g4.
But maybe now I can take your bishop. Take, pawn takes,
and let's
takes.
ask. No, it's not happening.
Yes,
I thought
you can't
rook
take
g4.
because here. So I think the position has become quite interesting. And also I feel like white should be better after take, and take. But the engines just give it as completely equal.
And then if it is equal, then Magnus Carlsen will be black. And a draw should be okay. But you remember he lost on time.
1 minute 34 seconds.
Absolutely.
And this time can be hugely beneficial for Alireza, who has 2 extra minutes on the clock approximately. And he goes rook c1. Again, Amruta, look at such a move by Alireza. This is the kind of move which you don't expect in an Armageddon. You are thinking about him taking here, but suddenly moves his rook
Yeah,
to c1.
it's nice. It's a nice move because it makes Magnus Carlsen think.
Yeah, and that's what Magnus is doing here. He cannot really. He goes rook g6.
I'm not understanding why you can't take queen. Ah, you can't take queen takes a6, Sagar. Big blunder.
Where now?
Not a big blunder. Now also rook g6, same.
Yeah, I
Rook
guess
g4?
maybe rook g4 is possible.
Ooh, maybe 97 check. But king moves. What's the blunder?
Because if queen takes, you
Yeah,
want
that
to
I
pick
get
up-
it. But what if king moves to h8?
Yeah.
But-
Now take.
Ah, but there is queen on a6 defending. So what was the difference with
No, just there's no check now. This was the problem.
It
Actually,
was never a pin.
no, it was not a pin because here, if he had taken, this is a mate. So with 97, you saved that. So very,
मेरा
very cool.
गलती से रुक चिपुर was.
But queen takes a6 is playable, and Alireza might go for it if he spots this 97, which is
Tricky.
a move.
It is tricky in time pressure.
Guys, Pragg's game is almost about
draw.
to be drawn in the classical one,
40 moves are over, so 10 seconds.
and this will also end in a draw. So for now,
And
we
Humpy's game also ended in a draw with Ju Wenjun, so that will also go in Armageddon. Vaishali lost, by the way, today
oh,
with late Tingjie.
that's a big blow.
Yeah, and Nakamura has drawn his game. So his game, did it start? No, he's playing. Sorry, Nakamura is playing. So rook g6 on the board, and these ideas, Alireza is down to 1 minute 25 seconds.
Yeah,
It's similar to what happened in classical game where he used all his time.
yeah. I think Alireza is somehow maybe calculating something too deep here.
Something insane, Sagar.
Yeah, because he's been thinking for what 2 minutes. And he takes on a6. That was the point, Amruta. And rook f6. Very
Magnus
quickly.
is not even thinking about rook g4. So all the calculation Ali had to do with 97 and all that, it doesn't impact here.
Yeah, I think Magnus is very smart there. Just telling Alireza that all your thinking was not for any good reason as such. But one thing that Alireza now has is an A passer. And if that can be made to good use, that would be huge. But how do you protect the pawn? He doesn't really, because he has 3 attackers here. Oh, Magnus takes twice on f3, and now rook comes in, takes on
But rook
d4.
a1 and the a pawn just, like, as you know, Vignesh has been saying, Simran, it's just
Yes, but
Simran.
Amrita, the problem is when you do this and you go d2 and a6,
Rook
there is rook e3 and there's also rook a3 and
mating nets, yeah,
there
with the
is
h3 pawn.
there's a mate here. So he
Nice.
does go rook a1, but this is a mistake already.
So Alireza is
Actually, he had
losing.
to go king g1, but he has blundered with rook a1. Now rook b3. Magnus misses the chance. King
can't believe
g7
it.
was winning and d3 was winning. But instead he goes rook b3, a5, rook b4, a6,
Rook b8.
rook b8, a7, rook a8, king g1, c5, king f2. It's a very interesting
4
endgame.
seconds for Ali. But anyway, Magnus at least has a draw. c4. Magnus has 37 minutes on the clock. So there is no
37
way
seconds, yes.
that you can lose.
Well, you never know, Amrita. A7 pawn, if these pawns start to fall. Oh, and now Magnus once again winning because g4 pawn is falling.
And I think Alireza lost on time. Whenever it comes minus 159, you lose on time.
Wow.
So Magnus beats Alireza with the black pieces.
Very
We
surprised.
didn't think, yeah, we just did not think about it. Because
About
Alireza
what?
played really well. Like Alireza
Yeah, he
can
was
lose.
playing well, but in the end, Amrita, very bad time management, and that led to him losing because clearly till here, this moment, if you see, Alireza was really into the game. Rook c1, rook g6. He had 3 minutes 14 seconds, and here he thinks for a massive 2 minutes and takes on a6. But Magnus does not even take here, as we saw. Knight e7 was the winning move for white if black had taken. But rook f6 is such a cool move, and then takes. And here, instead of rook a1, maybe king g1, and there's no back rank issues.
And now if you go the same idea, rook a3, let's say, or rook b3, maybe what Magnus played, the king comes out. Basically, you get rid of that h3 pawn also very quickly.
Yeah, just take on c7, and that's an important pawn there. So Magnus wins, and I think this was a very important win for Magnus from the standings perspective.
Yeah,
Because if we look here, this is the women's standings. If we look at the open, Magnus was
14 and half.
leading with 1 point, and with this now he moves to 16. So if Hikaru will also draw, so he's drawn already, Hikaru and Ding.
It ended in a draw, okay.
So in a way, Magnus will maintain
At least 1 point lead.
at least that much. If Hikaru doesn't manage to beat Ding, then even more.
No, but if Pragg beats Caruana,
In this, you mean in
13 and
Armageddon, or?
still he will. I mean,
No, but if very interesting if Pragg wins the classical game here from this position, but it seems almost impossible.
Unless, look at the time. Pragg is down to 3 minutes, 43 seconds. And Caruana has 8 minutes. And they have only 10 seconds increment. But Caruana has been the one who is putting pressure.
Yeah.
But Praggnanandhaa has the D passer. So not sure.
Yeah, but the D passer, and like if I play check, king goes to D2. Now I need one of the rooks to dislodge the blockader. So I want to get in, but the rook controls the E file. And I want to get in from here, but the other rook controls the C file. So in a way,
They are like the guards here.
yeah,
Bodyguards.
they have the toll on the highways, and you have to pay something to them. Maybe the black king has to distract now to come ahead and to get in, but then this is also a toll on this way. So he goes h4. You see, he's kept the pawn here so that later on the king could move in. So maybe some hopes for Pragg still. I wouldn't completely discount it, because there are some factors. Meanwhile, white does not have any real plan as such.
Actually, white has rook 8 and rook a4. But then now it would become very slow with the black pawns on the king side advancing.
Yeah, because also Amrita, rook a8 means you gave up one of the files. So that means that after d3, king d2, rook e7, you're suddenly having to contend with this check.
Highway pe mast drive pe gaya rook.
Yeah, he goes for a check here, Amrita. And now king f4. So Pragg actually creating some hopes here.
No, now draw rook h8.
But rook h8, why should I draw? I mean, can I
King
go king
g3.
g3?
Rook g8 check.
Rook g8, king h2.
Rook h8.
And then I take on g2. And if you take on h4, I have a check here. The f3 falls. It's not so simple here. Still something to play for. And I think Caruana could get under pressure. He has shown to get a bit tensed under time pressure. But rook on g8 is a nice rook. It doesn't allow the king to enter. Cuts the file.
Sakar says, why was there blunder alert for Pia versus Anna? Oh, it was such a unbelievable blunder.
We can have a look at it.
It was impossible to guess. I mean, of course, still it would have been a...
No, that game, right? Nietzsche.
This one. She played queen d7 check.
From an equal position, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, of course, he was lost because a draw means for black it is okay in Armageddon. But still, it's a bit sad that you give such a check and then you lose where it was a draw. So yeah, that was a blunder. And Humpy Wenjun will start the Armageddon. That would be very nice. Ding Naka will start and Pragg's game. So now we are at a situation where anything can happen. Also, in the meantime, we have reached 16 lakh 58,600 and yeah,
Wow, amazing.
627 subscribers.
Amazing. And while the subscriber count keeps growing, Praggnanandhaa's chances to win Norway Chess are actually balancing in these last few moves of the endgame. If he manages to somehow outwit Caruana here, that could be something. King f2 is a very safe move by Fabi because now he stopped king from entering here. Pawn cannot be pushed as it is pinned. Rook h8 is now an idea which you've been talking about. And he offers a trade. And actually, this is again a very interesting move by Praggnanandhaa because if takes now with one king, one rook,
Rook
the king
c5.
feels a little
Blunder,
but
no?
rook c5 d3, Amrita.
Yeah, that does put a lot of pressure.
And then if you go here, all of a sudden d2, king d1,
King g3.
and we can do multiple things. We can go king g3. It looks really good for black.
So
But
Caruana has
I
to be
think
careful.
Caruana will go rook g7. He'll keep and Pragg will try to pursue, and this is how the game might end in a draw.
Perpetual rook check.
Yeah. Atulya Dandotia says, what does it take for an Indian to come at Magnus level? Well, I think one of the things which is required to become like Magnus is, of course, firstly, a lot of talent, which many of the youngsters in Indian chess have. But then later on, you have to have that hunger to win and those right breaks which Magnus got. Like, for example, he won the candidates in 2013, then he won the World Championship match. And I think with the right breakthrough, it's quite possible that one of the youngsters will be able to reach where Magnus has reached and maybe beyond. It's quite possible. And there we see rook d7.
And a draw predictor does it right.
Yeah, draw is. So draw. And last time we saw this pairing in round number 4, right? Of the. This is round 4, and now after all the time, round 9 is the same pairing with reversed colors. So
Correct.
in round 4.
Tomorrow will be the last round, right?
In round 4, we had seen 3 decisive results in the open. Same pairing.
Got it.
If you see last time, Magnus, I think, had beaten Firouzja, Nakamura had beaten Ding, and Caruana had beaten. No, Pragg had beaten Caruana. Remember?
Yes, I remember.
Yeah. But now it's a draw. All 3 games have ended in a draw. So we will see also the Armageddon between Pragg and Caruana.
Nice. So, congrats, USA. Did USA beat
What?
Pakistan?
No, come on.
No?
That's crazy.
Why it's impossible? Are they like in terms of rating for cricket rating? What would be USA rating and Pakistan rating?
I don't know. I have not
But
seen
Pakistan
USA.
would be higher rated. No, obviously. But I will just be back in a minute.
No. It's last portion left for you. Yeah, it's like USA is like maybe 1800 and Pakistan is already a GM in chess. Sorry, in cricket. But still, it can happen. Every now and then in sports, someone can come up and show some great performance, and that's why sports is so exciting. You know, you never know what would come out of it. US is about to beat Pakistan, says Satvik. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. People are saying USA is me and Magnus is Pakistan. It's too big of a difference, perhaps. 29 needed for USA in 19 balls is such a doable score. I mean, that's well, we'll now have Ding Nakamura beginning soon. Nakamura Ding, Caruana Pragg, and Ju Wenjun Humpy. I'm actually very surprised that Vaishali lost. Bishop e2 did happen. Okay, bishop d6. I think one of the things that's happening a lot with Vaishali is that she's getting completely outplayed in equal endgame like positions. That's not her forte. She already lost like that to Humpy as well. And maybe she will work on it. She's very good at complex positions, but when it comes to such equal positions, I don't think she should get into such openings, perhaps.
Vaishali, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Today didn't work out for her, and generally it's a rare scenario where now she loses in this way. Like late Tingjie really did not give any opportunity.
Today we have had a lot of people in the chat telling us to call Samay and so on. Amruta, is he back from his Europe trip?
I don't know, but he was supposed to be in Europe for Europe trip for a month, right? And he would have started it maybe 15-20 days before.
Yeah, maybe he's almost
No, in fact,
finished.
Europe, some people would have met him in Europe. Many people, not
Yeah.
some.
So we have Ju Wenjun versus Humpy Amruta, and also we have Ding Liren versus Ding Liren versus Nakamura and Praggnanandhaa Caruana. These are the few games that will begin.
And tomorrow will be the last round. So based on the Magnus result, because he's leading, it seems like he is moving closer towards a victory.
Yeah.
Because tomorrow his opponent would be, do you remember? Guys, who is Magnus's opponent tomorrow?
I think he's yet to play Caruana.
And Pragg versus Naka. Okay. So Caruana with the white pieces. Not so easy. Not easy at all.
By the way, till the game begins, let's have a look at how Arjun did today. This was. Oh, so he played lower pool today or what?
So complicated.
Yes. This is his game for today. Let's see. Takes knight f6. Oh, knight d2, not knight c3, Amruta. Some new idea in the.
Sideline. Wow. Super sideline, in fact.
Castles.
C4, B4. Oh, this is so interesting. Such a simple plan when you look at it on the first glance.
And he just simply.
Wow, समय के साथ खेलने को अच्छा है. पर वो ये सिसिलियन खेलता नहीं है.
Also like this move, e4, bishop e4, and now just
Very nice opening plan. Later, once again, show me. Today, do you think one common factor is everywhere there is a D passer?
Yeah, this was actually quite a smooth win for Arjun, especially this knight
Opening,
d2.
yeah, show again knight d2. Even if you go knight c6, you don't have knight d2. c6 is attacked. So knight f6 ko knight d2 d6 bishop d3 and then Meroxy bind over here. Got it. Meroxy bind mein knight on d2. Very different. Himanshu says consistency is separated Magnus from the other top 10.
Okay, so Humpy
For
begins
sure.
the game with knight f3, d5, b3. And yeah, very interesting opening.
Sure. Very interesting opening. Matlab, this is English, right?
Yeah, some
Or
kind of
80, or is
some
it sideline?
it goes for sideline like b3 and then
Adiban.
c4. And here black could have played c6, but decides to take bishop g7, and now Ju Wenjun has given Humpy more control of the center. If you see, she goes d4, castles, and now g3 she might play.
Double
E3
fiancé.
is also not a bad idea for white. E3 bishop.
But I like G3 more with the B7 pawn being on the B open file.
Yeah.
But Humpy has to not think so much because she's white. And I think when many times when you're able to keep those 3 minutes that matter. What is your opinion now after looking at so many Armageddons? You think it is better for white or black?
I think they have hit a very nice format where it's
Where you get
unclear.
confused.
Yeah, that who's.
I still feel it's if we will find the stats of this tournament, that should say it all. Because if Black has managed to win most of the games in terms of matches, like even if it is a draw, then maybe Black gets 6 minutes 30 seconds.
Could be, could be. But I've seen many white wins here, and that too in time trouble, where black has lost on time. That has happened. By the way, now c5 you want to play d5, but once you play that, this diagonal opens up. So knight e4 is not to be underestimated with queen a5 coming in. But d5 also is met with e6, a very very good move, because if you try to keep the center, then here knight e4 is just losing the game
Pin.
as there's a pin. So not easy for Humpy. Already in the opening she has a tough situation, but that's the kind of position she likes. She likes to think from the opening. e3 played.
Black will develop knight c6. Most natural.
But knight c6 I have d5, and this is what you want to be a bit careful.
Bishop g4.
So you see takes and plays bishop g4. Now the threat could be to take and take the pawn here on d4.
So bishop e2.
Yeah, bishop e2 makes sense, but then knight c6, and now if I go d5, then it's already tough position, because now knight f5 I'm threatening to take. You can't take with the bishop. c4 is hanging.
By the way, one question is, has Caruana Pragg also started?
Not yet, not yet.
So bishop e2, knight c6. But now d5 I would consider very seriously.
Or you can just consider castling, so that after take, knight takes, there is bishop b7, and such a position.
B2 and B7.
Yeah,
both
it does look
on
good
one
for
pile.
good for black.
So she.
D5 was on the board. Takes. And do you think we'll take with the bishop? Because
Yeah,
if
big 95. Bishop
yeah,
takes
there is
95, bishop
95.
E2.
Bishop E2, rook C8. Black's moves look very natural.
Both the pawns are very weak.
So G takes F3 is the correct move, because now even with this mangled structure, the knight needs to be carefully positioned. Knight A5 played with the idea of rook C8. But now Amruta, maybe we can go queen A4, attacking the knight, defending the pawn.
But your king, when it castles, is going to be weak. But Humpy's time has gone below Ju Wenjun's,
Oh
which is
my
the
God.
little bit of.
That's terrible news.
Yeah, very
Also,
difficult
she is
for her.
worse, and I think she might very well lose this.
Yeah, because in that sense, only a draw is okay. Like, unless a big blunder by Wenjun, it's not going to really help. Or she attacks, yeah, with the open G file. Somehow she manages with the double bishop to create an attack. Something. Let's see. Knight A5.
Once again, Humpy has had to think here.
Rita says Arjun closer to world number 2, then world number 2 closer to Magnus. I like the way you put it.
Yeah, Arjun is just amazing. I think he's one of the most unique players in the world of chess, who's right now just not giving anyone a chance when he's playing against them, right from 2600 GMs, 2700 GMs. Just been amazing.
And I think he's given a hope that being 2700 you can play open tournaments.
Yes.
Like at least one exception. We need one exception all the time because then you know that you can do it.
No, Arjun has been really good in that sense. He has not shied away from playing any events, and he's not even gotten invitations to super tournaments. So that's the reason why he's playing this way. Of course, no top player likes to just continue playing such open events. They all like to be invited to the some top events.
She goes rook c1 and defends the pawn. At least materially it is equal, which is good. But black can exchange a lot of pieces with knight e4, bishop g7, king g7, fe4. Yeah, she castles. Justice for any ET students. क्यों? क्या हुआ? Mayur says, perhaps it's a blessing in disguise for chess tournaments that Arjun is not restricted to super tournaments yet. Eventually he will. Eventually, now, though, definitely, I think it's going to become less and less. But league tournaments also, they play many times big gap difference. There also he's proving very clearly. Knight goes to b7. In the meantime, Ding Liren versus Nakamura's game has started. Look at the time difference. Whoa. Ding has 8 minutes 48 seconds and Nakamura is down to 4 minutes 20 seconds. That is almost more than 4 minutes. Huge time difference. Knight f3, it started with knight f3, d5, e3, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3. Yeah, it started. Nakamura's game is started. g3. You used to play this, right? Or no?
Yeah, but somehow it's actually a very interesting line that Nakamura has chosen. Oh my god.
But look at Ding's time, Sagar. But Ding is better. This last move is also not a good move. But Ding's time is 4 minutes.
Ding is better because he has control on the center, and look at this queen d7 move taking on double pawns, forcing Nakamura to play knight h4. Maybe queen comes out, but f5 played. And I guess in this scramble, Ding has to remain careful. He has made mistakes before.
Because when the king is weak, especially, it feels scary.
Yeah, now
Rook
king
e6 and
h8.
king f8, I would go running.
You're going this way.
But maybe
rook
king
e6,
h8 is good idea.
He goes king g7. It's a little weird. I was thinking, why not king h8? Put the rook on g8 and try to use this. But king g7 is on the board. Now you can see white will play knight to c4. But wants to go bishop g6. That's Ding's idea. So not so simple.
And then rook h8. That is also cool, in fact.
So if you go knight c4,
Bishop g6.
bishop g6, you might have to take.
Or direct rook h8 also I would consider, by the way. But okay.
Yeah, take. And already black seems to be doing very well. So
Still the king is weak when you are under
Actually,
time pressure.
when some games I've seen Ding really play amazingly well for series of moves, get a great position, and then he goes wrong.
When the time starts going down. Today
Yeah.
also he played a beautiful classical game, Sagar.
Even now here he's playing excellently. Will he manage to beat Hikaru in Armageddon? That would really boost his confidence. Now bishop g6 attacking the queen, either queen g5 or knight takes g6. Because take. That looks good. And if you play
Yeah, that happened. That happened in the game.
that happened, and queen f3 played by Hikaru. Rook comes to the center of the board, right in the center. And there is pressure on the e5 pawn, but the bishop is controlling. Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa Caruana has begun, Amruta. Let's go through this game as well. We have Nimzo Indian queen c2.
Yeah, and meanwhile also Humpy is in big trouble against Ju Wenjun in the other game.
Yeah,
D6.
that did look like not so great. Queen comes to d6. Now f3 played by Fabiano.
C5.
Just stopping knight e4. And now Pragg strikes in the center with c5. You can see white is a little bit underdeveloped. But maybe Amruta bishop b5 comes in here and then short castle next.
But I would challenge with bishop a6. Wow, the move you said. Can I go bishop a6? Oh,
Yeah,
he goes
that's what
bishop
has
a6.
happened, Amruta. Your move on the board.
Awesome, Pragg.
And
Okay,
now-
c4, b5. I would really love
Yeah.
that. C4,
I also
e4.
like this move c4 now.
You do. Generally, you never like that move. Positionally, it's always a bad move.
Because right now c4, he goes knight c6. He's staying very, very solid here, flexible. I like Pragg's position. He just needs a draw. And for that, he has excellent chances here. And-
b3, bishop a3, white is going to do, I believe.
But maybe there's rook c8. He goes rook e8 and b3 on the board. Amruta, you are able to guess all the key plans here.
But now c1 bishop cannot develop easily because e3, rook on a6, Sagar.
Yeah, maybe bishop a3 or bishop d2 also seems good. It just brings back the rook.
Rook a7, I thought, with the idea of rook e7. But
Yeah, for now he's gone rook 8.
maybe rook c8 he wants to play.
He plays bishop b2. And now, rook c8, but rook c1. So white is just in time to actually set up everything here. Rook c1, Amruta, maybe they'll go just queen e6, attacking e3.
Nice move. I like queen e6. You don't have c4 ever now because then bc takes and e4 is
Yeah, for
deadly,
example, let's say
deadly.
here c4 would not be that great because after take, e4, this looks very, very good for white.
Yeah,
I mean,
and with queen
even
a4.
after giving this pawn, and yes, you have these 3 pawns, queen d2, queen e6 on the board, Amruta.
Yeah, this is nice, Sagar. Queen e6 is nice. 5 minutes for Pragg and 7 minutes 30 seconds for Caruana.
He
They're
takes.
going major piece endgame, but for Caruana that may not be enough because a draw is in favor of Pragg.
But how? You mean to say queen takes e3?
No, bishop f6, queen f6.
No, I think basically you have to decide. If you take with the b pawn, which is what you want to do, you don't give the bishop this square, but you weaken the a5 pawn. And if you take with the rook, then bishop d4 is just sitting like a boss on the d4 square. So very difficult moment for Praggnanandhaa to decide whether he should take back here, take back with the rook, take on e3.
Rook c5. I think he'll play rook c5. Can he?
He played b takes c5, Amruta. That's very good.
Ooh, now queen a5 is not possible. Queen e3, right? So rook e1.
And now
Back.
the pawn is saved. But do we have bishop c3 to a5? Also, Amruta, bishop f6, not to be underestimated. Rook b1 played, so that if you take here, there is just a free piece. So rook c d8 played. And now bishop c3. So slowly Caruana is putting pressure on Praggnanandhaa. Now this pawn is hanging on a5, but not just that, there could be a very deadly skewer coming in.
And Saran says in women's Armageddon 8 wins for white and 8 for black. In open Armageddon 10 wins for white and 5 for black. Wow, thanks. That really helps. It does favor in some way for white. Oh no, 10 wins for white.
Yeah,
Really?
that's a lot.
Are you serious? Ulta hai kya? I can't believe it.
But queen a7 played, Amruta, by Pragg.
Hikaru blundered.
Oh,
Oh, let's go there because oh my god, Ding is winning. And this is a big moment for him because it's generally never the case.
So here it was normal, but this Hikaru just went in and he just forgot that he's losing a pawn here
D3.
and then losing another pawn. Wow,
Oh, and
this is Ding's game now.
But time 2 minutes for Ding. Yeah, this one is not gonna. Wait, there is still a pin, a little dangerous one. Rook d7, and you save it.
Yeah, but then f3, Amruta, maybe. Yeah, e2 is the best because if rook c7, I can
ED1.
take, queen takes, rook d7 followed by ed1.
Wow, it
So
would be a
Ding-
big moment for Ding and for everybody who was, feeling a bit sad for him.
Sure.
Uh,
Also, if you play rook d4, there is just beautiful finish, Amruta, here. Queen takes, king takes, and guys, what do you do here? White, black to play and win. Yes, you just simply make a knight
Wow.
and checkmate.
Wow, this is so beautiful. Like you under promote and it's also made. Beautiful.
Using all the pieces. So e2, rook e1 played, which is quite a passive move.
करे भी तो क्या करे?
And Pragg is losing, Amruta. We just left there where Pragg had given up this pawn on a5 here, if you remember. And then Fabi was just completely in cruise mode.
Oh, now the bishop is so strong against the knight in this endgame.
Yeah, but I think still Pragg has some chances. It's not like the game is over, especially because he has the knight and this passer. But Fabi has now threatened
Queen c8.
queen trade. So maybe just
Rook.
D8.
Hey, bishop on a5.
Ooh, you can't do that. That's very well spotted. You can't even bring your rook. So excellent move here. And now queen c8 should make white's position very safe. Meanwhile, going back here.
Oh my. Because if Ding makes a big blunder, which if he lands very low on time, he can.
He can. We have been used to seeing Ding's blunders in just about every and any position. So we won't be very surprised
Yeah.
if he goes wrong. But still, this one, look at these pawns. I'm sure Hikaru is shaking his head right now. He's extremely unhappy with what has maybe transpired.
Tell me something, but still as an opponent at the end of it, Would you still feel like have a soft corner for Ding? Uh,
Yes, not when you are almost going to win the tournament, Amruta. I think,
that changes.
yeah, this one is now D2
Oh,
played.
look at those two pawns, and it was so crushing. Ding found some amazing moves in this game. In fact, he was very alert. 49. He's managed time also beautifully. He is getting back, slow and steady.
Yeah, he's made a queen here, Amruta. Okay, take.
Rook G6. Check, maybe.
Yeah, just resign now. I think there is nothing much left.
Yes, he resigned. He
He
heard you.
resigned. What a win.
Ding
Liren.
OP. Ding comeback OP.
And going to the game of Caruana and Caruana and Pragg. We see that Caruana is completely in the driver's seat with 2 pawns, but Pragg is trying to create play here on the king side. Will he manage to do it successfully? Maybe Amruta take on c1. If bishop c1, maybe. Oh, he goes rook c2. Just putting the rook there.
Yeah, I still feel there could be some chances. You did say it. Because the queens are on the board. Why did he not give queen c8 check? It would have been simpler, right?
Yeah, true. Maybe he just wanted.
Because queen and knight is a better combination also than queen and bishop. But that is a rook pawn, which is a passer.
And now Caruana is taking his time. He's at 3 minutes 30 seconds. Pragg is at 2 minutes 16 seconds. The A pawn looks very strong, but for now, if you push the pawn, you're going to lose the bishop on D2. That's why the move rook takes, and queen C1 played. Very, very strong move. Threatening a trade. Once the trade happens, black cannot win.
Wow. Some chances for Pragg.
He's
That's
taken
cool.
on B3 and bishop G5. Very tough, Amruta. Maybe the D pawn is the only one, but you see this D2 square is controlled by both the bishop and the queen. So it's not going to be
knight B3 is a threat. Actually, it is not a threat, right? You have queen B2. Queen. वैसे देखा जाएगा तो. But still.
Well, I would think that Caruana will get a bit tensed here and give Pragg some chance. But
he's burning his time. And also, the light square is blocked on A6. That's good.
Yeah. But Amruta, what about now shifting for an attack this side with the king and the...
सोचा नहीं था. But ये तो all of a sudden the king looks exposed.
Totally.
But then you can't get mated. The king can roam around. It's like the dogs are behind you. You are running. They are running. But they can't bite you.
Yeah, we are just waiting for now Caruana to make a move. But you can see the time, Amruta. Caruana has 2 minutes 12 seconds. Pragg has 1 minute 54. He loses the
Queen B1 check.
Pride of his position, Amruta, which is this D pawn.
A pawn. Acha, but
yeah, like
Caruana also loses his pride. Both of them lost their pride.
Oh, you mean Caruana has to
A pawn.
win, right? So,
yeah, exactly.
So
it's
here
a
maybe
good news.
Pragg has some chances still.
No, amazing chances.
There's
there
a
is no
mate in one threatened.
3 minute difference nahi hai.
Now it's actually equal time.
And queen and knight. It's what a situation from where it was.
Yeah.
कहाँ से कहाँ तक. Too good.
Bishop D2. Attacking the queen.
Queen B5. Light square पे रख दो. And if the queens get exchanged, then what is this endgame, Sagar?
It should be a draw. Should be definitely a draw if the queens are traded. Then again, there have been so many endgames where the game hasn't reached the right conclusion because of lack of time.
Queen takes c5, queen d1 check. That's what he wants to do. So why is it a mistake?
But you just missed bishop b4 and it's game over, Amruta.
What?
Because c5 knight. Yes, finds it.
Hey, but knight
Where the-
b3.
Well, there should be a mating attack with queen d6.
King f5
King
g4.
f5,
Oh, you're going
g4.
into the lion's den.
Yeah, it's just over. I think Pragg had his chances here. Instead of going queen a4, he could have found a better move. But
Queen b5.
this is all over.
Even if queen b5, same problem. It was not easy to find a move for Pragg. Knight b7. He stops queen d6 check. But the knight is now dominated
Yeah.
by the bishop and the
Totally.
queen.
So check. King here.
Queen d7. Queen b7. No, take the
And
piece.
queen b7, just taking the piece.
39 seconds for Pragg.
Yeah, check comes in.
Okay, now there is nothing.
Oh, he can
I think he
resign.
resigned. He
He
resigned.
resigns. Pragg has lost. Caruana has won, Amruta. The final standings now, if we see after not final but after 9 rounds here, Magnus will move to 16, Hikaru 14 and half, so 1.5 point difference. Praggnanandhaa on 13 and Caruana 10 and half. So it's actually
And
now,
Alireza?
he's on 12.
And Ding got 6 to 6.
This is now a race between Magnus and Hikaru tomorrow, because Magnus is on 16, Hikaru is on 14 and half, and anything can happen in that.
Wow.
Because Magnus takes on Caruana tomorrow, while Hikaru takes on Praggnanandhaa.
Hikaru Praggnanandhaa will be fun. Pragg will be white. Hikaru is black.
Yeah.
And in Magnus, who is white? Magnus is white.
Yes.
Okay. And what's the women's rankings? One final time if we know.
Yeah, I think in the women's section we have
Ju Wenjun today beat Humpy. So then 1.5. She goes to 16. Anna
won also in
1.5.
Armageddon, so she's 14 and half. Very similar to the open, 1.5 points difference. Vaishali
Stays on 11.5. She loses in classical.
Yeah.
Lei Tingjie actually gets 3 points. Oh, so she jumps to 14.5. Goes equal to Anna actually. Humpy gets to 9 and Pia 6.5. Okay, that's it. That's it, guys. Okay.
Okay, Amrita,
So we'll
maybe
end the
you
stream?
can end the stream here.
Yes.
I will take a leave, guys. Thank you all for this, and it was enjoyable to join again. See you all tomorrow for the final day.
Oh yeah, 8:30 tomorrow. Tomorrow कोई match वगैरह रहेगा, guys?
Same
तो भी
time, huh?
last day tomorrow. Do come. We'll cheer up for all the players. मजा आया. What a beautiful tournament. Have a very good night.